roommate thing I ever did was I ripped up a fucking. That's literally the worst thing. Like beyond that. Now I came back later looking for my cat, and I trespassed into that place looking for my cat, but he wasn't living there and didn't own the place anymore. So I couldn't say, you couldn't say that would be a bad roommate situation because he wasn't living there anymore. That was just some rando that I heard, you know. But who broke my ribs in thanks, you know. So I did my time with that thing, and that fucking sucked, and that was so annoying, and like, you know, but I still feel like, you know, that was the worst thing I ever did as a roommate, and I shelled out the cash pretty much that day. I was like, yep, here's $500. I'm so sorry, this one, we don't want you suing me. I told him right away. I was like, I can see you suing me over this, like how much damage this actually was to the floor. And he was like, no, I can refinish this floor, I've got the expertise and knowledge, I used to do it when I was a kid. And I was like, okay. And I was like, okay. So that's the worst thing I ever did, and like, honestly, that was a God's honest mistake. It was like, it was just a mistake. I didn't think about how duct tape would rip up his wood floor eventually. I just didn't think about it. I didn't think about how that adhesive would eventually bind up his floor pretty bad, you know. And I should have ran the cord. I was running cord kind of like rust, and it was stupid, and I ran the cord badly, and yeah.
And then she shuts off the power not too long after as well.
Yeah, and this is weird. As a squatter, we don't want you ever shutting off the power because, like, as soon as you shut off the power, all the maintenance and all the stuff of the house begins to stop happening. And when people see that your power's off, they begin to squat there. So turning off the power is also a nightmare. That's something else that I've never done. I have turned on the power in the water to a place that I was trying to averse possess from a man who had died. There's a man who owned a house who was a friend of ours. He smoked drugs, and then eventually he tripped in his house and bashed his head against the wall and killed himself, essentially. And this was like fucked up, and I lived in his house because I knew that he didn't have family who cared. Nobody cared that he passed. You know, the house was gonna become the property of the fucking bank. And I did live there. I lived there for, I think, 17 months or something like that. Until a guy tried to kill me for living there, essentially. I mean, it wasn't that me living there was bothering him. He just didn't like me, and he wanted to come try to kill me. He was a psycho.
She's touching the breaker again, dude.
He knew that I was homeless and that nobody would likely miss me if he killed me, which is why he came and tried to kill me with a circular saw. He knew that nobody would ever know. Nobody would ever know what would happen to me. I think he was planning to probably dig a hole somewhere and just leave me in it, you know? I think he was a sicko. He was a sicko. When you meet him, you would understand. He's got a hunchback. He's a sicko. Fucking weird, depraved, druggy hunchback dude whose body's literally becomes so twisted because of his soul is so dark. You know, his body twisted. He's a weird fucking asshole dude. And I never did anything wrong to him. Not once. I was too scared to do anything wrong to him the whole time, you know? I was too scared. He was way too demented of a fucking psycho. I was too scared to ever cross him, and that was the worst part about it. I never did anything to him to make him do that to me.
Touch the breaker, please.
Don't trust the baker, please. So when I moved into the house after our friend died, I turned on the power, and I cleaned the house, and I installed a refrigerator and a mattress, and I turned on the power and the water, and I began to water the lawn, and I cleaned the windows, and I wiped the floors. And if anybody came, I had the cops come twice, and the cops were like, yeah, you live here? And I was like, yes, I do. And they're like, okay, and who's the landlord? And I'm like, well, the bank owns it right now, and I have an agreement with the owner who's passed away, and if you need me to leave, I will, but I mean, nobody's told me to leave. And they're like, well, we can't tell you to leave, so we're not going to. And the cops leave. Most of the time they'll leave. They're not the bank. They're not there unless somebody files papers and actually spends the time. The cop is not interested in wasting the time and kicking you out of the place if nobody's there to tell you to leave in anyways, right? And so, you know, so twice the neighbors called because they were like, well, the house is supposed to be empty, but there's somebody there. And the cops show up and they're like, yeah, you know, you shouldn't be here. And I'm like, well, yes, but the owner was one of my best friends, and the bank owns this house now. They haven't shown for 2 years. Nobody will tell me to leave. I have squatters' rights. And the cops are like, yeah, you do have squatters' rights. And they leave, you know. It sucks, but that's true. I mean, that's how the law in Colorado was. And so then eventually the bank showed up, and they were like, okay, and they sent this letter, and they were like, okay, we're informing you. They got my number somehow, and they're like, we're informing you that we are the bank, and here's our credentials, and we want you out of this house, and we need you out in a month, and you have been served, and you must leave this place. And I was like, okay. And before that time was even up, the rando, I mean, not the rando, but the dude rando tried to kill me, you know, the dude. And then so I had to leave, like, at the auspices of the cops and a mental health facility therapist, you know, who was there to look out for my like homeless, like, you know, welfare and shit. It was insane. It was like a terrible ass situation. And like that was like about 5.5, 6 years ago. No, yeah, it's been about, oh no, yeah, I've been here for what, 3 years now. So it's been, yeah, it's been it's been 7 years now, you know. Like any laws I may have broken, I'm not even afraid of talking about, because yeah, it's just been so much time, you know. It's weird. And so, like, you know, I paid my debts and all that, and now, you know, I'm doing better. But you know, it's funny, when I squatted at that place, I did so at the behest of my family. They were like, you should take the opportunity. You know that you're safe there. You know that nobody will come for a while. You should just stay there. It's the winter, and it's warm. And in order not to freeze to death, I had to get the gas and the power turned on. And in the end, I ended up custodially. I was like, in the end, I was like a custodian. I moved the refrigerator in there, and I'm shit you not, I moved the refrigerator in as a squad. I bought a refrigerator and a fucking a mattress, and threw it on the floor. I knew the mattress was gonna get like, you know, dirty and shit and thrown away and shit. So I bought a cheap mattress from Home Depot. And a lot of the ideas that I had came from my family, who were like, well, if you're squatting there, let's embrace it, and then let's see how long you can go. And it was a long time. I think it was, oh God, I think it was like 7 months or longer. It was longer than that. I think it was like 13 months or something. It was a long time. Eventually, we got worried that the census kept coming, and the census knew that there was something wrong with the, you know, there was not wrong, but the previous owner had passed, and the census knew this, but they saw that somebody was living at the house, and I believe the person that was calling the cops on me was actually the census, and I think they actually do that a lot. I believe it or not. It's kind of funny. And every time the cops showed, I'd be like, well, no, I've been here for months and months, and the power is on. Like when I come to the door, I turn the porch light on, and they look inside, and they can see a completely clean but empty house, you know? And they can see that there's a bedroom, and I'm in it, living there, and there's a refrigerator in the living room. And I say, I'm taking care of it for the previous owner's family. The previous owner's deceased, and I'm squatting here essentially because the bank has not told me to leave. You just tell the cops that honestly, right to their face. And this is how I got out of, like, I think it was like 3 times, like 2 times it was or no, it was like 4 times. 2 times it was because of the neighbors. 1 time it was because of the census, and then another time it was because of because some man, I had to call the cops because a man came there, saw through the door with a circular saw, and tried to kill me with a circular saw in an empty house, you know. And I think the reason that he did this is because he knew that there was only like one person in the world that there was like 2 people. There was like 2 people in the world that I was actually talking to, because I was like this like depraved, like, you know, drug addict who hadn't hit rock bottom yet. Or I'd hit rock bottom, but I just hadn't, like, you know, hadn't begun recovery yet. So he knew that nobody was going to miss me except for 2 people, and those 2 people, if I were to disappear, I would have no idea what would happen to me. So he came to try and kill me in the squat. I'm convinced of it, and it took me some years to realize why he did what he did, but I'm convinced of that now. It's come to I've come to realize it in my heart. To realize that he was kind of a Dexter killer guy. And when he realized that I was in a unchaperoned situation with no witnesses, nobody knew I was there. No, I didn't want anybody to know I was there because I was squatting and stuff. And so he used this as an advantage to basically, like, kill me. And but what he didn't think about is I was half his age and I had a cell phone. I could easily just call the cops. I think he assumed that when, I don't know, I'll never know for sure, but I think he assumed that because I was living there, I was still doing drugs and just living there as a squatter, because that's what the people had done in the house previously until I changed the locks on them. And then the same squatters that had been, like, I've been living in the house with, like, kept coming back because they knew that the house was empty. So I changed the locks and put a bar on the door and put a chain bar on the door and all this and stuff. And, like, even the squatters would come and try and break into the house, and I had to repel them, you know? And it was just kind of a crazy situation, but I was like, well, I don't have to pay rent, and I don't starve I don't die of deprivation in the winter. And in the meantime, I just try to better my life, and I was getting sober more slowly, but it was happening. I was like getting sober, but slowly. I was like getting sober. I was on drug tests every week, and it was very, very rare for me to get high, because it's just like throwing your fucking life away. And I would have to dodge a drug test to do it, and that's very difficult to do unless it's a mouth swab test. And I've done it the difficult way too several times to not ruin my life. I've done the difficult way of dodging drug tests too, but like the difficult ways, you almost always fail. But I managed to dodge drug tests like successfully like 13 times or so, and like 7 of them I did the difficult way, which is smuggling in clean piss, which is really scary to do. Because what they don't tell you about drug tests is if you're a drug addict and you're doing drug tests, they believe that you're bringing in clean piss that somebody else gave you. So they look at your penis or your vagina while you're pissing. So it's very dangerous to try to pass clean piss, but I've done it before. It's scary as hell. I've done everything you can do to get past drug tests and stuff. I had an ex-girlfriend. She would put a condom up her pussy. She would have somebody pee in a condom, and she would tie it, and then she would put it up her pussy, and then she would pierce the condom with her sharpened fingernail. When she was in there, and the woman would watch her piss, but she would like, the girl wouldn't piss. She would just pierce a condom with someone else's piss up her pussy, and this is how she got out of many drug tests, you know. And they don't. That's an industry secret. Most girls are too scared to do it, right? But yeah, the girl just like waits, you know. Sooner or later, the drug test person looks away because it's creepy, and she just like, you know, and she pierces the condom, and the condom like pees out clean piss, you know. It's gross, but it works. And then out in the car, she pulls the condom out of her, you know. It's gross, but it works. I've seen girls do that. Girls will do anything to get out of drug tests. I've seen some crazy shit.
Stop touching the breaker, please.
Now, once again,
Yeah, stop touching the breaker,
right,
please.
But they can't, like, honestly, like, police in America get a bad rep, but like, I genuinely feel sorry for these guys.
Yeah, what can the police do? They're not like like there is such a thing as jurisdiction, or whatever you want to call it, jurisprudence, I think is a better word. Jurisprudence does not back the cop to do anything here. The cop is not a fascist, or at least ideally they're not. So like, unless you are breaking the law by touching that breaker, which is, if you're a squatter, you have squatters' rights to touch the breaker. The cop has no power by law to do anything to you, and we have sympathy to cops because of this. You know, we do have some sympathy to cops who have to face this sort of situation. Oh, they want me to set my hearth here. Yeah, I totally spaced that, so we'll go back and do that. Yeah.
Can't do anything. They keep getting house calls. They have to answer. They can't say no, because then they're basically breaking their code.
They're breaking their civil service.
They can't do anything. Yeah. Like, it's a slow legal process. They have no power to like evict her. And again, guess who keeps interrupting the police talking? It's Mary again with her incessant yapping. The funny thing is, at one point she really runs out of cards
because she's got nothing else to live for. So the entire thing is like a comedy to her. And I've been there where like the entire thing is a comedy to you. The whole thing, the system. I used to laugh in the fucking courtroom and you know, as they were like fucking me, and they'd be like, "What's wrong with you, sir?" And I'd be like, "Well, I've got nothing to live for, and you just made it far, far fucking worse." So I'm just laughing at you because it's like this whole comedy of errors over what, probation violation and shit like that. You'll be like laughing up in the courtroom right in their fucking face, and they're like, "What is your problem? If I don't laugh, I'm gonna cry. You just fucking fucked me. You treated me like I was essentially an enemy combatant."
play. So she like snitches on Andy, telling the police that he's been smoking weed, and then the cops do tell her like, yes, okay, it's California. It's been legal for a long time.
It stinks in there from all the weed he's been smoking. It stinks so bad it made me sick.
Well, California is legal weed in indoor places,
I'm
so...
all about...
Yeah, see, and he's a squatter too, probably, so it's, the whole thing's kind of sensitive. He's not a squatter, he's just a family. He's family. And he probably doesn't really have a job, you know? Probably a video game dude like me. You know? Happens all the time. And so then when the unstoppable, or yeah, the immovable object who sits there and smokes weed and does nothing all day and tries to be a streamer and shit, hits the unstoppable force of somebody who's desperate, who needs that situation and shit, it just becomes this comedy of errors. It's terrible.
About the ganja, but not to that level.
She even gets really confrontational, calling Andy the F slur.
Ain't nobody gonna touch you.
Don't touch me. Please don't touch me.
Ain't nobody touching you.
Don't touch me. I have a girlfriend. Please
I have a
don't touch me.
girlfriend.
Now, remember how
I
she
have a
would
girlfriend.
like, antagonize him for being autistic, even though she uses that she's autistic as an excuse? Well, Mary pulling out the abhorrent F slur, but then on top of that as well, basically just being...
It's funny because I think guys like this always do have girlfriends. It's kind of funny. They're like kind of douchey, lazy dudes. But they always do have girlfriends because they usually do have like homes and lives and jobs and stuff. They're just douchey, lazy dudes, and they often do have girlfriends. It's kind of funny. They often do. Yeah.
completely racist towards Asian Andy and his dad. And even that just
Look at all this free skin.
Now the next day, Asian Andy, he arises from his bed and he thinks, what do I have to do today? Let me check
Harass
checklist.
the roomie.
Smoke weed all day? Oh, troll Mary. That's what I need to do. So
Yeah.
after she's appreciating Asian Andy's singing and dancing, she then proceeds to throw a new substance on the floor. She ran out of bleach, so this time it's olive oil. Now the funny thing is, he's mopping up all the olive oil that she stained on the floor.
Oh my god, she dumped olive oil on the fucking floor. She probably dropped the bottle like an idiot.
See the corner of the TV playing, and it's like the ending of Whiplash when he's playing on the drums, like the most loud scene in cinema possible. The police come. Oh, Jesus, this is like Groundhog Day. It's just the same thing over and over.
The police come.
And they say again,
We can't do
our
anything.
hands are tied.
Stop calling
Doesn't
us.
matter.
We can't do
calling us to your
anything.
house.
Stop things. Stop
So
calling
she's, like,
us.
throwing bleach all over the floor and like throwing oil over the
Hitting
floor.
oil over the
calming it
floor,
away.
like-
I'm like brushing it. I'm like sweeping it in, sweeping it away from my area.
Everything is civil, Mary. Everything is civil.
Everything is civil.
Him banging on the door is not harassment. Banging and kicking on my door.
Don't call me the F word, please. Don't say that. That's not nice. I'm just sleeping.
He then bangs on her door again with the broom, reminding her that he'll see her.
It's just
in,
some
you know, civil
douchey,
court.
lazy dude. Like me. I'll see you in court. It's a civil matter
And at
now.
this point, you can hear through the door, Mary is making another call to the police.
In the background, this is me. This is me. I told you to come out here again. Stop calling us.
They show up again on the same day, and they just complain to Mary, saying, like, we have literally been here. We've been here on more callouts than anyone else in probably all of California. And they even point out that it's not actually Andy that's calling the police. Mostly, it's
her.
Mary doing it. Well, not mostly. It's actually always Mary calling the police.
Yeah, Andy doesn't want to call the cops. He's probably in possession. He probably didn't call a single time because he's not a snitch. He's not a bitch, you know. But her...
911 is called for emergency only.
Yeah.
Emergency calls only. You guys are calling us for like civil issue, and then it's like nonstop.
Y'all just told him to. Y'all were just scared. You
Oh, yeah, sorry.
stop banging on the door. And as soon as y'all leave, what does he do?
So the police leave, they bicker again, and then she calls the police a third time
In the same day.
I really wish
She's
they
like,
could
"Come
just
back
jail her
here."
for like, I don't know, just like wasting police time. But the thing is, like, I think Mary is well within her rights, unfortunately, to, you know, walk out the jail cell. Red Dead Redemption 2, Dutch Vandalin busts her out, and she walks straight back down to Asian Andy's house. I think that it's within her rights because she's been living there and squatting there for so long and no one noticed that unfortunately she does have residency there now. They even confront her about this again, and Asian Andy has access to the ring cameras, and there's this this beautiful scene unfolds.
So here's
Oh no.
We're gonna go and talk to the neighbors. After that, we're gonna take off. If you call us again, we're gonna write a report. Yes. Call us again after that, you're gonna the abuse of 911, and you're gonna be a suspect for that. If we continue and we call again, you're gonna go to jail.
Asian Andy realizes he's at a chokehold. So what does he do?
The cops figured out some way with the judge to get out of her calling them anymore. They're like, no, you can't. She can't just keep calling, can she? And the judge is like, no, she can't. It's not if she calls like 1,500 times a day. No, you can't. No, she can't. She cannot just keep calling you. No, I will absolve you of it.
In reinforcements. No, he doesn't call up the police because the police will just do absolutely nothing. No, instead he chooses to call up one of his streamer friends, Scuffed Justin Carey. That's not a bit.
Scuffed Justin Carey.
Going to go help out my friend Asian Andy. He has a squatter in his house, in his residence, and he needs help getting the squatter out.
So he calls him over to basically try to hopefully get on Mary's nerves even more. Also, when he was in the CX network with like Asian Andy.
Oh my god, and all these streamers are like aggro to her. They're like, yeah, she's a squatter. She's a deadbeat like us, but she won't leave. We always left, right? I always left. Whenever I overstayed my welcome, I left. She is a different matter. Okay, so how's this going? Did I empty this out? Yes, I did. Akator. Do we go back? Yeah, we go back. So set destination. No. No, what did you do? You oh no. Where was I going? Where was this? It was like other Trit, I think. Yeah, other Trit and stuff. Was it in Torinos? Yeah, there is some Trit and stuff. But nothing worth my time, really. Oh wow, there is a lot of Trit in Torier, but that's 14 jumps, yeah. So we'll go get that, yeah. Gotta go through Uedama to do that, which is kind of bad. But that's alright.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
He was known as Scuffed Jim Carey. It's I do like how the entire CX network was literally just built off like noun.
Scuffed Jim Carey. Anyways, I'm gonna go get some milk. Scuffed Jim Carey.
Approaching Stargate.
And then their actual name. Like, noun Scuffed, noun Asian, noun Burger. Now, if you thought Asian Andy was unhinged, which, to be fair, he wasn't really. He was kind of just, like, chilling, smoking weed, and then, like, playing loud videos. Wait until you see Scuffed Justin Carey.
You're gaslighting again. You're gaslighting again.
So, Justin is just baiting. Like, he does not care about any kind of, like, morals or anything. Just shouting out loud that Mary apparently tried to touch his penis.
Don't touch my penis.
Nobody's touching your penis.
Don't touch my... You try to touch my penis again, I will call the police.
Please call the police.
You try to touch my penis again,
Oh no, this dude is like completely unhinged. Just so they just like they introduce the most unhinged person that they know to her, and force him to live with her.
I'm gonna call the police. I'm gonna tell my mom.
You know, just
I'm gonna
making
tell my
lots of
mom.
scene statements and just general sound effects. He's basically like a working soundboard. Even at one point saying that she like...
Yeah, like why would you squat past this past this point? Why would, like, if you couldn't sleep and it was like all the time you knew they were like plotting against you and all this, why like at that point that's not squatting. That's like you built a jail of jailers that intend to harass you all day. That's not like you're squatting somewhere. You know, I guess it is not being homeless on the street, I guess, which is worse, I suppose. I suppose these dudes are still better than the homeless dudes. But I mean,
Approaching Stargate.
I don't know.
Essayed him, and he's 17 years old.
I'm 17. You tried to touch my penis. I have it on film. You tried to touch my penis. You looked at me, Dad. You looked at me square in the eyes, and you said, "I'm going to you."
He also proceeds to strip down into a Speedo and parades through the living room in his fresh new fit. Now, this guy would be the antagonist of any story, but I feel that Mary is that evil that we actually need another villain to cancel each other out. Now, the police are back. This time, they're actually trying to get Mary to leave.
Look at this damage to my door. It's not your door. What are you talking about?
That's what you told us.
Why are you yelling and why are you standing in the fucking door frame of the... It's like, it's almost as if she's like not gonna leave. Like, she won't leave, but she's terrified of going to the front door because they could lock that door behind her, and then what? You know, I don't think she can stop them from locking that door behind her. You know, and then what? She's stuck out living in the living room, so she's terrified of leaving. It's almost like it's like this power game where she's captured their fortress and she's scared to leave the tool cupboard room or she'll get raided. Yeah, she's like scared to leave the tool cupboard room because she knows that if she loses the tool cupboard like room, she'll like lose the base. It's like a Rust moment. And she won't go outside to deal with the grubs or the cops or anything like that because she knows that if she loses the tool cupboard room, she'll lose the whole base.
Watching that clip, you can hear the panic in Mary's voice where she's like, "Oh, they threw all my things around," and then the policewoman's like, "No, we got a call asking you to leave," and then she's suddenly like, "Wait, what? You want me to leave? But this is my house that I'm not paying anything to be in." But don't worry, Scuffed Justin is not done yet. So he speeds his way over to the door to try to get into her room.
Oh, you tried to hit me. I have it on camera. I'm gonna prosecute you. I'm gonna do it. Do it. Hit me. Hit me so I can sue you. Do it so I can sue you. Do it so I can sue you. I want to sue you.
But Mary keeps swatting his hands away.
Come on, Mary. Come outside. Up. Oh, shit.
Why are you going...
Damn, what's wrong with your teeth? Why are your teeth like that? Ew.
Why are your teeth like that?
Oh! Ha ha! I got the stick! My stick now! My stick now! Whee! Whee! Whee!
And then he comes back in, sprays some kind of liquid on the door, and then decides to have a karaoke session dedicated...
Oh no! He poured fart liquid on her door. It's sulfur.
Just to Mary.
Oh no, it stinks like fart in there now.
Including singing the song Creep by Radiohead. And guess what happens, guys? Have a guess. No, seriously, no clues. Guess what happens? You'll never guess what happens.
She called again.
Mary
She
is
called
the final
again.
straw, and Justin is doing a very good job trolling her because it's almost like she's gonna crack and just be like, nah, this is a free house, but it's too much. It's too much for me.
What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. It's like the whole situation. Oh my god, she's running out the door.
But the more that Justin is trolling her, the more aggressive she becomes. So she comes back and Justin immediately runs over to her and she spits at him.
Hi, Mary. We're getting assault.
So
Assault.
Justin repeats that this is assault, and in a lot of cases, you could consider being spat on purposely as an assault. And then begins to follow her, even though Mary obviously doesn't agree that it was assault. And then one thing, which is a pretty big revelation here, I mean, not really surprising. If you look at Mary's skirt, okay, that sounded a bit weird saying that. Hear me out, let me finish. If you look at her skirt, you can see that the skirt still has the security tag on it, probably alluding that she probably stole the clothes that she's wearing as well. It wouldn't surprise me.
Damn, you came in Ford clothes. You stole that. You stole that. Holy shit.
Like like, yeah, what's with that pink dress you always wear? It's disgustingly ugly.
Got muffin top.
Why do you have like a shawl on?
Got your all fucked up. Why don't you go find Jesus?
So she spits on Justin a few more times.
Why did you just come find Jesus? Fucking
And then,
meth head.
just clearly fed up with everything. Now, I don't know Justin. I've never talked to this guy. He seems like a complete psychopath. He's needed. Did he really have to do the hot tour bit?
Yeah.
So this story concludes as they chase each other down the street and get more and more confrontational. She throws a shoe at him. He tries to return the shoe before getting a sniff in.
Yeah, you gotta love it when it just shit just implodes and the communication breaks down to throwing shoes at each other. I love it.
And then he keeps running at her, which causes her to run into a nearby restaurant. Then the police are called. How many times have I said that this video? It's like the 8th time
The police were called
and then Asian
again.
Andy makes a miraculous appearance again, talking to the cops and basically catching them all up to speed.
I was watching. He was doing a live show. I was watching her mom. She assaulted him, and he was like trying to film her. They get proof.
Why are you so out of fucking? You like ran?
Over here.
He ran to the restaurant because he doesn't have a car. I mean, I don't have a car either. I'm not one to talk. it's just funny, like the whole dynamic here, the whole dynamic. He's like running there like South Park, like when Cartman's out of breath on the Lord of the Rings episode, like, oh, you got a prosecutor, you got a prosecutor. This is dignity that I am just not willing to lose. The cops, I would say, I don't like the pigs and all this, but I would say that generally between me and them, we get along pretty great because I don't usually lose my dignity level. Even when I was citizens arrested, I didn't lose my fucking dignity level. Because, you know, if you do, that's assault, you know. So I just was like, okay, I didn't lose my dignity almost ever, you know. These people, I think they're looking to do it.
Has been arrested.
Yeah, we did it. We got her.
I'm so proud.
It has to happen at least
once.
once.
Now, they did actually
Once.
cuff Justin first, but they did let him go afterwards. And this really isn't surprising because like this stream actually went viral outside of the whole streamer circle. On the Orange County subreddit, there was actually a post warning people of a crazy guy running around with Speedos on. So with Mary finally arrested, they're free. They can sit back, relax, probably smoke a bit more weed because that's all people do in California. Now afterwards, the crew decides to go back to the home and see what kind of damage Mary's done. Because again, Mary in her inner sanctum, no one actually saw the inside of it because she just never left the room and always kept it locked. And she had definitely left an impact. So Mary had broke loads of things in the room. There was a TV that was busted.
Why?
The door to the bathroom as well. So Andy concludes the saga by saying that he's still in the process of suing Mary, obviously for all the damages, going as far as to find her old landlords and everything to, you know, use against her in a huge case.
Right now, we're currently being sued by Mary.
You're being sued by Mary?
Found out all of her past landlords. We found out all the lawyers I had to deal.
How the fuck does Mary pay for a lawyer, you idiot?
With her. We hired all of them. They're all very familiar with her
case.
And it does seem as well that after her arrest, she was actually sent to a mental hospital for a few days. But then as soon as she came out of the hospital, she began to harass Asian Andy's sister via text messages. A link of all this kind of stuff.
Oh, the
including
landlord that
her
originally
arrest
rented
and,
to
you know,
her.
even a mugshot as well. Now,
Yeah, probably the only lady there that has any sense, right? And so that she just started attacking her.
Drive is still available right now.
Well, I mean, they are cracked, unhinged cartoon characters. I mean, yeah, that, like, they generally do pretty much attack the one person with dignity and sense there. They go back and try and kick you when you're down.
Shots and everything, and they even have this edited picture for some reason of her holding a drawing like
never forget when you kicked me out of your house. And these are drawings
celebrating 9/11. Now I get it, landlords are the least favorite people in the world. Everyone hates them because it's like, you know, you work a 9 to 5, a grueling hell job, and then a landlord basically just sits in their armchair smoking their cigar, sipping on their whiskey, and they just get passive income by doing nothing. But this is a situation where, like, I'm fully siding with the landlords because this woman has taken
no, they don't do
the
nothing.
System. Now I did want to mention this throughout the video, but I wasn't really sure where to shoehorn this in. But you know, in like kind of a more sympathetic angle, Mary is obviously very mentally ill. She is like
I don't know about mentally ill.
Typical person.
I think she's financially ill, and this makes her desperate. And desperate times call for desperate measures. Her version of desperate measures wasn't robbing somebody, which is what often would happen. What happens, or selling drugs, or selling sex, or becoming a drug addict, or anything like that. Her desperation came around with squatting. And as far as crimes go, I think squatting is about the most. This is a racist term.
Warp drive active.
But they call this white crime, the most white crime that there is. Squatting is like basically squatting and shoplifting are like the most white crimes that there is, and I've always hated that fucking colloquialism, but that's how they say this in America.
Aggro.
Theft under 1,000, shoplifting, squatting, jaywalking. There's like a few things that just don't really warrant like even maybe a court visit.
No way someone would be this unhinged. But, you know, the point I'm trying to make is, like, it doesn't excuse what she's done. It's just overall still a pretty sad situation. And again, it's like, Mary,
No,
you chose
if she
to,
wasn't
like,
desperate, she
steal a
wouldn't
home
have
from a
done this.
streamer. What were you thinking? You were probably smoking more weed than he was. Like, do you know how content-brained people are now? You are walking into a bear trap. Again, this wouldn't have escalated if Mary kept hopping around, or she, you know, basically just didn't stay there as long as she did. But again, like, I do feel some level of sympathy for her, but at the same time, you need to be held accountable for, like, reckless and entitled behavior. So yeah, what's the moral of today's story? Don't be a landlord, and buy this shirt. Buy this shirt. It comes out on the 15th. Buy this shirt.
What the hell is that he showed at the end? What the hell is that at the end? It's like his own little weird thing. Okay. It's like him in Wii graphics smashing a city.
Autopilot jumping.
This was Asian Andy Films. One day ago. What Asian Andy Films? Thanks for coming to the story, bro. Love you, man. Hey, man.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
This story was hilarious. Mark Cuban, The Corrupt Case of Alec Baldwin. Ooh, here's Patrick CC with The Corrupt Case of Alec Baldwin. You know, I didn't finish his one about, before we do this one, we'll finish his other one about, oh yeah, how one terrible podcast killed Howie Mandel. Yes, the Scientology one was actually really good. Let's finish this one.
A person during an auditing session would be...
I watched this like 2 days ago, but I had to go to bed and then I forgot to turn it back on. We're gonna finish this. This one's good because this, I'm actually reading an L. Ron Hubbard. Well, not reading. I'm doing an audio book by L. Ron Hubbard right now called "The Invader's Plan." Because of this video, which is kind of funny, which is just like, it's helped me remind me how really morally goddamn bankrupt L. Ron Hubbard actually was.
Hold 2 metal cylinders connected to the e-meter, which sends a small electrical current through their body. The e-meter then measures changes in the electrical resistance, which Scientologists believe show changes in the person's mental and spiritual state. The auditor uses these readings to guide the person through questions, but these questions that they ask are often very leading and intended to poke and prod at the deepest, darkest secrets held in your mind and soul. When you learn about how these auditing sessions are done and the types of questions that they ask, you'll see how it almost comes off like an interrogation or a way to give personal information to an organization that could be potentially later used against you.
Yeah, so here's even how a Scientology auditor believes it works. You're holding the cans, there's a tiny little battery in that e-meter that's sending, you're completing the circuit with the cans, right? Go in there, and that needle will respond to your physical movement, but that's not what we want. And I'm gonna go, is there something you're withholding from me? And what I'm looking for is, right when I say at the end of me, I'm looking for the needle to dip to the right. So I'll give you a really good example of this. So you're holding the cans. Say, is there anything you're withholding from me? And I get an instant read. And I go, is there anything you're withholding from me? You're gonna go, I don't think so.
And I don't see the needle.
No, you don't see the needle. Okay. I go, well, what did you think of when I asked you the question? Okay, so you're gonna go, I don't know what I was thinking of. And then I'm going to be like, take a look and I'll help you out here. I'll try to steer you. Okay, so I'm looking to get roughly the same read while you're thinking about whatever. I go, what was that? What was that right there?
And you can start digging to what? You can start...
I just want an answer to the question.
I can go to memory.
Yeah, and you can give me any answer you want. There's no way for me to know if you're giving me the right answer, but I want you to give me something.
Yeah.
If you say you can't give me anything, I'm going to keep using the e-meter until you give me something.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you give me something. I'm going to get all the details about that. And until, like, time, place, form, and event, I want to know everything that happened. I want to know all the details. By the way, I'm writing all this down. So I'm taking notes of everything you're telling me, the bad thing that you did that you haven't told me about. Okay, so I'm keeping notes. When you represent to me that you've told me everything there is to tell, I'm looking for the needle to give, like, a smooth back and forth motion. And Scientology calls that a floating needle. That means, in Scientology land, we're done with that.
Now, many people argue that the e-meter is not exactly scientifically proven to really do anything. It does measure some sort of electrical current that takes place in your body and mind, and it is somehow connected, but we can't prove that it indicates anything about mental health or your physical or emotional well-being. Many people look at it as nothing more than hypnosis, and many believe that the auditing process is strategically designed to make people think that it's actually doing something positive in their life.
Being a victim is despised in Scientology because of something called the tone scale. Tone scale is sort of an emotional ranking of a person, and it goes from -40 to 40. Now 0 is death, and 0.1 is victim. It is a bad thing to feel any negative emotions in Scientology, because Scientologists believe that if bad things happen to you, it's because you have done something bad. You receive linen cloths too. It all felt like emotional torture.
So you can see how this is kind of a dangerous gray area. On one hand, the goal of the therapy sessions is for you to feel better, for you to cope with all of your past trauma and your negativity, and for that to then release and have positive ramifications on your life. But then the other hand is like, well, no, you're not actually solving these problems, you're just being tricked into thinking that you're solving these problems, and then you have to pay for more auditing sessions for you to keep solving these problems. And we'll go deeper into the financial component of all of this in a minute. But in the late 80s and early 90s, Tom Cruise wasn't overtly public about his Scientology ties, as he was still growing his career. After Top Gun, he continued to have an incredible run in Hollywood. The Color of Money, Cocktail, Rain Man, Days of Thunder,
Rain Man was good.
Men, The Firm, hit
because of Dustin Hoffman.
Hit, Everything
firm was
that
good.
Tom Cruise starred in was a box
'Cause of
office
Grisham.
smash. In 1988, he was the highest grossing box office star, and to this day, he is the number 6 highest grossing actor of all time, with a combined total of $12 billion generated. He was a
12
convincing leading
billion.
man who does all of his own stunts. He had near perfect looks. On set, he was known to be honest, humble, and a genuine person. He was considered by many to be the perfect human, yet somehow still very mysterious.
Greater Plains Strider attempts to run away in fear. You receive loot, light feather.
I mean, everyone
You receive loot, Strider meat.
Does he?
You are polite,
You receive loot, light leather.
aggro, giving. But I've interviewed
You receive
a
loot,
lot of
ruined leather
times,
scraps.
and you don't let people real close. How come?
I think I'm letting you pretty close, Lisa.
Autopilot
Do
jumping.
you feel like you hold something back or you protect something?
He's nervous.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Warping to Stargate.
you know, I'm doing
Warp
this,
drive
you know,
active.
to help promote the films. I mean, I really don't hold back that much. I mean, you ask me anything, but I mean, there is a certain, you know, certain things that I really don't want to talk about, and certain things that
You
really
receive
aren't
loot,
important.
tough jerky.
You know,
Aggro.
You loot 2 copper.
aren't important for people to hear, and I really don't.
Razor
really
main
think
water
they
seeker
are.
attempts
In
to
the
run
early
away in fear.
90s, Tom began speaking about the
You
Church of
receive loot, tell
Scientology
banana.
more publicly.
Tom, let me
You
try to
receive loot,
understand.
linen
The
cloth.
Church of Scientology.
You loot 8 copper.
Is this
Aggro.
something that feeds you spiritually, or is it a technique that just helps your mind? Is it a religion?
Yeah, I mean, by definition, it is a religion.
And is it for you? Does it help you in a spiritual way?
Yeah, but the thing is that it's not a matter of being fed something.
Aggro.
And it is not someone telling you how to live your life. It is not someone
Approaching
feeding you
Stargate.
what is real
Greater
for
Plains
them.
Strider attempts to run away in
It
fear.
is what is real for you. It is a
You receive loot, light feather.
self-exploration.
You receive loot,
Does
light
it
leather.
bother you that it is considered so controversial, that it is considered a cult, that it has been investigated? I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
Aggro.
No, it doesn't. For me, I don't care. It doesn't affect me at all. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever anybody thinks or what they don't know, I know what I know.
He still seemed to be reserved, not willing to go into immense detail about how the church functions and his role in it. In 1986, L. Ron Hubbard died, and David Miscavige was named chairman of the
Razor main
board
hunter attempts to
or
run away in
the
fear.
leader of Scientology in 1987.
You receive loot, scroll
2000
of stamina.
hours, Friday,
You loot 9 copper.
the 24th of January, AD 36. L. Ron Hubbard discarded the body he had used in this lifetime for 74
Autopilot
years,
jumping.
10 months, and 11 days. The body he had used to facilitate his existence in this messed universe had ceased to be useful, and in fact, had become an impediment to the work
Warping to Stargate.
he now must do outside
Warp
of its
drive
confines.
active.
In 1993, Scientology became a recognized religion in the United States, which dramatically increased its legitimacy. For many years, the IRS refused to grant Scientology this status because of the concerns about its financial practices and whether it was really qualified as a religion. The Church of Scientology fought back by filing many lawsuits against the IRS and reportedly harassed IRS officials. Finally, in 1993,
Razor main water seeker
after
attempts to
years
run
of
away in fear.
conflict, the IRS granted
receive loot,
Scientology
fruit battle axe.
tax-exempt status, recognizing
You
it as
receive
a
loot,
religious
linen cloth.
organization. This decision was
You lose
highly
9 copper.
controversial and led to widespread
You lose 1
criticism,
copper.
with
Aggro.
many people believing that the IRS had been pressured into making the decision. And as you'll learn in a bit, Scientologists go to extreme lengths to gather sensitive information about
You receive loot,
others.
linen cloth
Many
stew.
speculate that they pressured,
receive loot,
blackmailed,
lesser
and
healing
threatened
potion.
to expose government officials
You lose 2
until
copper.
they were granted tax-exempt
Approaching
status.
Stargate.
But that's all conspiracy. This status allowed Scientology to operate as a non-profit, which means it doesn't have to pay federal income taxes nor property taxes, and has allowed them to accumulate massive wealth. It is estimated that the church has generated between $1 and $3 billion. But how did they get that money? Well, first of all, donating money to a church or a religion is very common. Scientology happens to strategically recruit members of mass wealth, celebrities, Hollywood superstars, so it's safe to assume that those people are donating potentially millions of dollars. However, the auditing sessions are also very costly. Remember, the main goal or the point of being a Scientologist is to go clear. However, there are levels or goals that you essentially rank up to along the way. These are called operating Thetan levels or OT levels, which are the goals that you hit before reaching the bridge to total freedom. Each spiritual level has an estimated real cost that it would take to reach it. Costs can vary considerably depending on the needs of the individual, but it is speculated that somebody would be paying well over $100,000 into potentially $500,000 in auditing sessions to reach clear.
Finish a course or an auditing action. You're not allowed to finish it until you write up a success story, how great it was and how it changed your life, and how you would want other people to have that. Now, if you're like, I'm not really feeling it, you're like, oh, you're not? We're gonna have to go back and see what's wrong with your last level, and that costs you more money.
Hop on the lobotomy machine, my friend.
The beatings will continue until morale improves, but you get to a point where it literally costs you more money to say that thing didn't give you exactly what you hoped it would. So you're trained to lie to yourself. That's crazy. Just to save money. And then you get up and you lie to everyone else to get them to do it as well.
You can also pay money in advance to the church for them to hold it and keep it as almost like a bank account for auditing sessions in your next life.
They're good people, and they're being defrauded out of their life savings. I mean, it costs $250,000.
I like Rimini.
How do these people though that like aren't like who don't have a lot of money, how do people afford that?
That's the thing. It's amazing. It shows you the ability of someone who has a belief and a faith that they're doing amazing things. They work to pay for their religion. They live below their means to pay for their religion.
It is impossible to advance in the religion without completing the required courses and auditing sessions. No other modern religion with a congregation size comparable to that of the Church of Scientology mandates recurring payments to merely participate. Yet, Scientology's entire foundation and religious ideology is built upon these required payments from parishioners. Additionally, the Church of Scientology saves an enormous amount of money in labor costs because they pay their employees or volunteers next to nothing, a mere $50 per week stipend. However, many of them are okay with this form of payment as they have become fully dependent on the Church of Scientology in every aspect of their lives.
This organization is the most dedicated version, the most dedicated brand of Scientologists. So there's three like echelons of Scientologists. There's public, who just live normal lives in the real world and they pay to do Scientology courses and audit. Then there's staff members who also live in the real world, but work on 2.5-year contracts or 5-year contracts at their local Scientology organization, and then once they finish their contract, their debt is paid or whatever. And then there's the Sea Org members. These are the guys who sign the billion-year contracts. They don't have lives in Scientology. They don't own property. They live in Scientology-provided housing. They eat in Scientology-run cafeterias.
Is there an actual contract that says 1 billion years?
It's symbolic, but yes. Like, no, it's not a enforceable contract.
According to L. Ron Hubbard, the Sea Org initially operated on 3 real ships, the Diana, the Athena, and the Apollo, which Hubbard used to spread the teachings of his new religion. According to Hubbard, much of the galaxy, including Earth, was ruled tens of millions of years ago by the Galactic Confederacy, controlled by a tyrant named Xenu. Xenu was eventually overthrown by a group with the Confederacy known as the Loyal Officers, and Sea Org is modeled after these loyal officers. Sea Org members are considered the most dedicated Scientologists, signing 1 billion year contracts to serve the church across multiple lifetimes. Many join at a young age, some even as children, and endure a rigorous lifestyle that includes up to 100-hour work weeks, strict discipline, and a $50 per week wage. They do not have relationships or communication with the outside world. They are not allowed to have children. They eat, sleep, and breathe solely for the purpose of Scientology. They do normal jobs, just like any other business, but they are assigned to them like a military post. You have the treasury, which consists of people who receive, collect and invoice money, pay bills, manage assets. You also have sales representatives who get people to sign up for the religion. You have promotional team who sends out flyers, emails, and advertisements for the church. You also have auditors, and the people who train the auditors, and the people who monitor the people who are training the auditors, and then the people who get members to pay for the auditing sessions and constantly pester members to sign up for more auditing sessions. If any, and I mean any task, no matter how small it is, that they were assigned to get done is not done by the end of the day, they will not stop working. Whether your task is to organize thousands of files by hand, or sign someone up for an auditing session, or merely just dust the floor, if the task is not done, you don't stop working. In 1975, Sea Org transitioned to land-based operations. By 2000, the number of Sea Org members was estimated at around 5,800. Most members now live in church complexes around the world, including locations in Los Angeles, Florida, Copenhagen, London, and Sydney, with some assigned to smaller centers or acting as missionaries. And still to this day, there are many people that live and work on the Sea Organization motor vessel Freewinds. Scientology reports that they have millions of members worldwide, and that is this rapidly growing religion that people love. But most of these buildings are vastly empty, and it seems like they really don't have that many members, potentially in the ballpark of 40,000 people. There are countless stories of former members who have escaped Scientology, who have often described themselves as being trapped in a cult. Leah Remini is an actress and former Scientologist who escaped and has dedicated a good part of her life to expose the horrors of life as a member. We have heard stories of mind control, to forced labor, to assault and abuse, to a secret prison camp called The Hole, where disgraced members of the church are sent to effectively be tortured.
Describe it for us. It had bars in the windows, and the one entrance was guarded by security 24 hours a day. The hole basically was some kind of slang term that had been coined long before I got there, and it was where you actually ate there, you slept there.
Access, RFC LF1M heal.
You never left with the exception of a brief period to take a shower. When you say you slept there on the floor, did you have pots or bones or something?
Some fails creature that's out of street. Calling for help.
Docking permission.
You receive loot. Raptor head. You receive loot. Ruined leather scraps.
What were the conditions like on the floor to sleep? Well, there were ants. The place
Docking
was infested
request
by ants, so
accepted.
ants would
Docking
crawl on
permission
you.
requested.
There was a 2-week period during that time when all the
Autopilot
electricity
disabled.
had been shut
Waypoint
off.
reached.
Fleeting plane strider attempts to run away in fear. You receive loot. Light feather. You receive loot. Light leather.
Temperature in there was about 106. Why didn't you just take off and get away from the hole? Not possible. Absolutely not physically possible. We couldn't make it past security. The windows were barred. Right from the beginning when I went in, I obviously was trying to figure out, plotting how to get out. Were you used to in your life getting beaten up? Was that something you were used to? No, never. And you were a 40-something-year-old woman with a very, very respected job. Yes.
Any and all accusations of major or minor misconduct within the church has been vehemently denied. They have never been tried or found guilty of committing any sort of crime. However, one form of justice they did admit to doing is called overboarding, which in the days of L. Ron Hubbard sailing the Mediterranean in his fleet of ships consisted of throwing members off the ship into the ocean. According to author Janet Reitman, the modern version of this justice consisted of going outdoors in the middle of the night and assembling at the base's swimming pool or its muddy lake. Members would then jump or be pushed into the water, often in freezing conditions, while fully clothed and with Miscavige watching. Church lawyer Monique Yingling said overboarding is a part of ecclesiastical justice. They're not backing away from it or ashamed of it, she said. It has been done hundreds of times with precautions taken to make it safe. Scientology has a no-tolerance policy on anyone who criticizes or attacks their practices. It is often referred to as attack the attacker. The procedure is as follows. Spot who is attacking us, start investigating them promptly for felonies or worse using own professionals, not outside agencies. Double curve our reply by saying we welcome an investigation of them. Start feeding lurid, blood, sex, crime, actual evidence on attackers to the press. You can get reasonable about it and lose. Sure, we break no laws. Sure, we have nothing to hide. But attackers are simply an anti-Scientology propaganda agency so far as we are concerned. They have proven they want no facts and will only lie no matter what they discover. So banish all ideas that any fair hearing is intended and start our attack with their first breath. Never wait. Never talk about us. Only them. Use their blood, sex, crime to get headlines. Don't use us.
There's a process called noisy investigation. It's written up in Scientology and approved by Ron Hubbard. And what a Scientology agent will do is they'll get a list of everybody you know, including your doctor, your dentist, your travel agent, whoever, your friends, your family. They will then contact every person on the list, whether directly or on the phone, and say, we're gathering information about John Atack or whoever and their criminal background. We found out some really interesting things already. I had this done to me, and my mother-in-law, one of my brothers-in-law, decided to talk to the private detective who'd been sent over from Los Angeles. He travelled as far as Australia to find people who'd known me. It was put about that I was a recovered heroin addict. I'd never taken heroin in my life. I was a rapist. I'd attempted murder. I'd molested children. These are standard stories that are told about critics of Scientology. They're made up.
Check out this entire YouTube channel that creates high production value interviews, all dedicated to saying negative things about ex-Scientology members who are now speaking out. Aaron Smith Levins, Mark and Claire Headley, and of course Leah Remini. They even get family members to speak about how violent, abusive, and horrible these ex-members are.
Every night.
I'm sure many of you know that the Scientology iceberg is extremely deep. This information just scratches the surface, but it's important to understand a simple breakdown of this, as it is effectively Tom Cruise's belief system. And since Tom is one of the biggest outspoken activists supporting Scientology, his support gives them an enormous amount of legitimacy since he is a beloved superstar worldwide. Every time they open a new church, they invite Tom to give a speech at the grand opening.
Our kids need help. This world needs help. The kind of help where people can help themselves. Now, I have and will continue to dedicate my life to accomplishing this. And I am supremely grateful to Mr. L. Ron Hubbard for the study technology he provided, because I would not be here today if I didn't get that. And I am honored to be part of the applied scholastics movement, because I know now that I can truly help, and so can you.
But regardless of his ties to the controversial church, Tom continued to have rampant success in Hollywood. The Firm, Jerry Maguire, Mission Impossible, which became a 7-part series that defined his career as a stuntman. He learned how to skydive, fly, and put in the homework to make a role look realistic. He also had Eyes Wide Shut, Magnolia, The Last Samurai, and Minority Report to prove that he wasn't just a one-trick pony who does heroic action films.
But he was. That's like... He was kind of. The man does not emote. He was not a good actor. His movies were really good, but roles? I would say his best role was Jerry Maguire, and I hated that movie.
Tabloid culture, publications were interested in poking
Very
and
good,
prodding around
adventurer.
the personal lives
With the
of
plane
celebrities.
striders gone,
And since
we'll have an
Tom was
easier
a
time
wildly
keeping our
successful
supply
actor,
chains intact. And I hope you learned a few tricks out there in the Barrens, for your next prey has a little more fire in its blood than the plane striders. The Gevra, although not the fiercest beast in the Barrens, are a shade tougher than the plane striders. Don't worry, we'll send you against bigger prey in good time. But for now, your teeth could use a little more cutting. Hunt the Gevra to the north and south, and collect their hooves. Bring them to me, and perhaps we'll next send you against something tougher.
You have done well, adventurer. Those insolent Quillbores will finally learn that the might of the Horde is not to be ignored.
One of my scouts witnessed an attack on a caravan from Duratar, adventurer. The culprits are indeed the Razormane tribe of Quillbores. One of the Quillbores in particular is leading the raids, Kreenig Snarlsnout. He was seen northeast of here, just south of the road from Duratar. If the threat is to be ended, then Kreenig must die. To be sure the attacks cease, though, I say we add insult to their injury. Kill Kreenig along with more of their tribe, and return to me when you have his tusk.
Level 15.
To Stargate. Warp drive active.
As the wind on the plains, you are always welcome here.
Actress wife and 2 adopted children, they were a pretty good target.
We're private people. We are human beings. You know, we are human beings. We have feelings, and more importantly than that, we have a family now. We have children. And I think that for years we were told, and just don't worry, and suddenly all these kind of rumors and gossip all of a sudden starts getting printed in, legitimate magazines, and and I'd send letters asking for an apology, it's not true, and then you start getting letters back where they say, and I just said, you know what? I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. And it's not right. And if they're not going to be responsible, I am going to make them be responsible.
The Church of Scientology has been blamed for having a huge impact on how Tom Cruise's relationships started and ended, making people wonder just how much control it has over its most famous members. Cruise was married to actress Mimi Rogers in 1987, who was the one who actually helped convert Tom to Scientology, but by the end of 1989, Cruise had filed for divorce. According to former Scientologist Mike Rinder, who wrote about his experiences in his book, A Billion Years, My Escape from a Life in the Highest Ranks of Scientology, he claims that Scientology leader David Miscavige was heavily involved in Cruise's life at the time, even helping to facilitate Cruise's relationship with Nicole Kidman while they were filming Days of Thunder in 1990. Rinder alleges that Greg Wilbur, Cruise's personal auditor from the church, was assigned to get Mimi to agree to a divorce so Tom could marry Nicole, which was highly unusual and would never have happened with a normal Scientologist. But what could Scientology's problem be with Mimi Rogers? Well, Rogers' father, Philip C. Spickler, had been closely involved with Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard, but he left the church in the early 1980s. This reportedly made Mimi Rogers herself less favorable in the eyes of Scientology's leadership, particularly David Miscavige. Morton's biography claims that the Scientology leadership felt such hostility towards Mimi's father that Mimi was stained by association, which may have contributed to David Miscavige's push for the divorce. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman met during the filming of Days of Thunder in 1989 and married in 1990. During their marriage, Cruise became more deeply and publicly involved in Scientology. Kidman, who was raised Catholic, was not initially a member of the church, but eventually became more involved and even undergoing frequent auditing sessions. However, their relationship with the church became strained as Kidman allegedly expressed concerns about the church's influence over Cruise, as well as her not wanting her children, Isabella and Connor, who were then 8 and 6 at the time, to be raised under Scientology's teachings and methods. One former Scientologist, Teresa Summers, who raised one child inside Scientology and another outside, shared her experience with the church's practices. Summers described how the church discouraged regular medical treatment, comfort, and nurturing for children. Instead, children were expected to do physical labor and were subjected to strict educational practices that focused more on Scientology's teachings than on regular school subjects. The church was allegedly concerned that Kidman was pulling Cruz away from Scientology. After their divorce in 2001, this now iconic photo of Kidman was taken where she is seen reaching her arms out in pure joy and relief that the marriage is finally over. She also left Scientology around the same time. Unfortunately, she was not able to get her kids out, as Tom retained custody of the 2 children. In the early 2000s, more people than ever were trying to expose Scientology for what they believe it truly is, and since Tom Cruise is the most notable member, anything involving him would get more attention, more views, more clicks, etc. Like this video of him hanging out on the freeway ship celebrating his 42nd birthday.
Thank you. I am not, I don't know where I am right
Approaching
now.
Stargate.
You know, you have to kind of be there to understand this reality, you know how that is? This is incredible. This is just, how do I thank you? Thank you. It's the best birthday ever. I mean, ever.
Or the speech he gave when accepting Scientology's made-up Freedom Medal of Valor.
These are the times now, people.
Autopilot jumping.
These are the times we will all remember.
My church loves me.
Were you there? What did you do?
I watched people like you sell it to the highest bidder.
I think you know that I am there for you.
Stargate.
Are you now?
Warp drive
And I
active.
do care so very, very, very much. So what do you say? We need to clean this place up? Huh?
Oh my god.
Because we're counting on you. Okay? Alright? Dweller H.
But there was one video that fundamentally
Your
changed
inventory is full.
Scientology's public
I'm
reputation.
sure.
In this 9-minute video of what seems to be a Scientology promotion reel, Tom is ranting about Scientology with the signature Mission Impossible theme song playing in the background. And just like every other time he talks about Scientology, he says a whole lot of nothing.
You can just see the look in their eyes. You know the ones that are doing, and you know the spectators, who are the ones that are going, well, it's easy for you, or what am I doing? And it's just, that thing is, I've canceled that in my
Approaching
area.
Stargate.
It's like, man, you're either in or you're out. That spectatorism, and it's something that is, we have no time for it now.
Your
So
inventory
it's
is full.
our responsibility to educate, create the new reality. You know, we have that responsibility to say, hey, this is the way it should be done, because we do it this way and people are actually getting better, and let's get it done. You know, let's really get it done and have enough love, compassion, and toughness that you're gonna do it, and do it right.
Trust me when I say that this entire 9-minute video is just him stringing together a bunch of vague, non-descriptive sentences that absolutely lead to no point whatsoever.
Like
This video
Scientology.
was so confusing and so laughable that it
They
started
taught him
to
well.
turn Scientology into somewhat of a joke or a meme. It began to lose its sort of mysterious and almost cool and interesting luster, and yeah, people were just not taking it seriously anymore, like it was just a joke. To add fuel to the fire, South Park made an entire episode mocking Scientology.
It all began 75 million years ago.
This is what Scientologists actually believe.
Federation of planets, which was ruled over by the evil Lord Xenu.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Xenu thought
whoa.
his galaxy was overpopulated, and so he rounded up countless aliens from all different planets, and then had
And
those
this is what they
aliens
actually
frozen.
believe.
Frozen alien bodies were loaded onto Xenu's galactic cruisers, which looked like DC-8s, except with rocket engines, and dumped them into the volcanoes of Hawaii. The aliens were no longer frozen, they were dead. The souls of those aliens, however, lived on, and all floated up towards the sky. Xenu didn't want their souls to return, and so he built giant
Damn it,
soul
Xenu.
catchers in the sky. There the souls
No.
were forced to watch days of brainwashing material, which tricked them into believing a false reality.
Approaching Stargate.
Xenu then released the alien souls, which roamed the Earth aimlessly in a fog of confusion. At the dawn of man, the souls finally found bodies which they could grab onto.
But the ironic thing was, all
Bodies
they
that
did was
souls
just
can hang.
explain what
Oh my
Scientologists actually believe. Because of this episode, the Office of Special Affairs launched an investigation into Matt Stone and Trey Parker. The Scientology OSA contacted their close friends looking for any vulnerabilities to exploit. A Scientology insider leaked this disturbing information. There's some strings that will be pulled on the PRC on Stone. Otherwise, the special collections, covert information gathering such as trash collection, purchased phone records, hacked airline reservations, purchased bank records, will be debugged in order to get some viable strings that can be pulled. Despite their efforts, they were never able to find anything about Matt and Trey Parker.
When you talk about Scientology, you're used to the response that people give you, aren't you? That you're some kind of nutcase, there's some kind of lunatic, fringe sort of religion thing.
Used to the response. I mean,
fly around in
that's
spaceship.
bigotry.
Well,
that is the religious equivalent of
I'm putting the point to you that this is people's reaction.
No, I think maybe people say that.
Your inventory is full.
With Scientology being scrutinized and laughed at more than ever, Tom's behavior wasn't really helpers. Like Matt Lauer wanted to learn about how Scientology affects Tom's relationships.
Now, was that a bad edit? Was it a bad edit?
At more than ever, Tom's behavior wasn't really helpers. Like Matt
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Lauer wanted to learn about how Scientology affects Tom's relationships.
Katie has mentioned that she is embracing or at least exposing herself and opening herself up to Scientology. At this stage in your life,
Your inventory is full.
Someone who doesn't have an interest?
You know, Scientology is something that you don't understand. It's like you could be a Christian and be a Scientologist, okay? Scientology is something...
So it doesn't replace religion?
And it is a religion because it's dealing with the spirit, you know, you as a spiritual being. And it's something that there's tools that you have that can actually that you apply to your life.
They then go on to discuss when Tom Cruise criticized actress Brooke Shields for taking antidepressants for postpartum depression.
And I know that psychiatry is a pseudoscience.
But Tom, if she said that this particular thing helped her feel better, whether it was the antidepressant or going to a counselor or a psychiatrist, isn't that enough?
Matt, you have to understand this. Here we are today, where I talk out against drugs and psychiatric abuses of electric shocking people, okay, against them, of drugging children with them not knowing the effects of these drugs. Do you know what Adderall is? Do you know Ritalin? Do you know now that Ritalin is a street drug? Do you understand that?
The difference is
that's called math.
Against her will, though.
Matt,
but this wasn't against Brooke's will.
Matt, I'm asking you a question.
I understand there's abuse of all of these things.
No, you see, here's the problem. You don't know the history of psychiatry. I do.
Aren't there examples, and might not Brooke Shields be an example of someone who benefited from one of those drugs?
All it does is mask.
He's a good little toady. He definitely knows what Elrond's triggers were. They were mine for a long time. I had the same triggers. I thought psychiatry was fucking evil. Fucking evil. But then I was helped by the Mental Health Center of Denver, and I began to realize that no, psychiatry is fine. Psychology is fine. They're driving forces of good on this earth, trying to help us. They're just not. It's a human construct, so it's not perfect. It's not some computer that we can yell at for having bad code or something. They're humans, and they're not perfect. They're making a foray into something just like any other science. Behavioral health is a real thing. It definitely is. Oh. And I'll just warp. This is Uedama. And I could have done the trick, but I didn't. A lot of ospreys and griffins there. It's weird. I only have about 50 million on me.
Matt, and if you understand the history of it, it masks the problem. That's what it does. That's all it does. You're not getting to the reason why. There is no such thing as a chemical imbalance.
So postpartum depression to you is
Matt,
kind of a little psychological gobbledygook?
Yep.
No, I did not say that.
I'm just asking, what would you call
Yep.
it?
That is that post. Now you're talking about two different things.
But that's what she went on the antidepressant for.
But what happens, the antidepressant, all it does is mask the problem. There's ways of vitamins and through exercise and various things. I'm not saying that that isn't real. That's not what I'm saying. That's an alteration of what I'm saying. I'm saying that drugs aren't the answer. That these drugs are very dangerous. They're mind-altering, antipsychotic drugs. And there are ways of doing it without that so that we don't end up in a brave new world.
While Tom does make some interesting points about the potential dangers of using prescription medication, as well as claiming that it would be advantageous for us to pursue more natural remedies, it's kind of hard to take him seriously when he says that psychiatry is pseudoscience, but he also believes that paying to reach your operating Thetan levels will allow you to cross the bridge into total freedom. Tom and Katie Holmes married in 2006, and from the very beginning, there were rumors about Scientology's involvement in the relationship. Cruz introduced Holmes to Scientology shortly after they started dating. Katie, who was raised Catholic, decided to convert to Scientology, which nobody was surprised. Soon after, their marriage was official. Katie Holmes was encouraged to cut ties with her previous management team and replace them with people connected to Scientology, effectively putting her career in the church's control. As time went on, Holmes became increasingly uncomfortable with Scientology's influence on their lives, particularly concerning their daughter, Suri. Tom insisted that Katie deliver the baby in near silence, following a Scientology ritual meant to prevent negative experiences from being imprinted on the child's mind. This silent birthing technique is part of the belief system that the noise during childbirth would cause engrams. There were rumors that the church had plans for Suri to join the Sea Org, which really made Katie worry and realize she needed to make a change. There were rumors that she was accompanied by a Scientology handler during her public appearances who would feed her lines about how much she adored Tom, as well as the church allegedly micromanaging various aspects of their relationship. Rumors aside, when analyzing what actually happened after their divorce is really telling about the reality of their relationship. You see, while Holmes was with Tom, he still had custody of his two children. Bella and Connor are devoted to their father and Scientology, and those children never really saw their mother, Nicole Kidman. So while Katie was with Tom, she was fearful this could happen to her child if she got a divorce. That her child would essentially be trapped in Scientology and under Tom's custody, and then she just wouldn't see her daughter. So Katie Holmes planned for months behind Tom's back and completely blindsided him with the news that she wanted a divorce. And therefore Tom and Scientology were unable to control the way that the media reported on this. When the divorce proceedings finally came out, they revealed the lengths to which Holmes went to escape Scientology and Tom's control. She had to use disposable burner phones and secret laptops to communicate with her lawyers and plan her escape in fear that the church would step in and do something to her and take her daughter. She almost immediately moved to New York, which was a strategic move to secure primary custody of Suri. Scientology members were allegedly following her in New York, so out of fear she called the police because she believed church members were planning to abduct her daughter. Katie also fired her entire team that had worked for her during her marriage.
Oh my God!
Including her publicist and security.
She killed everybody involved. She was like, "Get out! You can't be around my family," and that's insane. I had no idea that Katie Holmes had to battle the Church of Scientology. No fucking clue. That's why I watch stuff like this. I had no idea.
Her entire life clean because of the grip Scientology had on her life. The divorce settlement was reached with Holmes securing primary custody of her daughter. Since then, she has kept her distance from Scientology and enrolled Suri in a Catholic private school. Tom has agreed to pay Holmes $400,000 per year until Suri is 18. However, he has not seen his daughter in over a decade since she and her mother are not Scientologists. Now, it is somewhat normal for a parent and child to disagree on values, especially religious ones. And there are definitely situations where conflicting religious beliefs will lead to a parent losing connection with their child. But many people just simply look at Scientology as not worth losing your child over. If you were to just look at Tom's opinions on Scientology, you would learn that it is a belief system that helped him become an incredible human being. He overcame his illness and used their teachings to accomplish his biggest life dreams, which is good for him. Since Scientology is deeply rooted in and centered around self-fulfilling prophecies, ones that coincidentally require people to pay enormous amounts of money to achieve, it's not really much of a noble cause that people respect. As reported by Vox, according to former Scientology officials, the church has continued to manage Cruz's life. Reportedly, it granted him the full benefits of its more unsavory enterprises, including the church's alleged use of slave labor. Former Scientologist John Brossow says the church has custom-built luxury vehicles and sound systems for Cruz, and provides the staff who manage his many homes. Because this labor is provided by the church, it's done through the Sea Org, the Scientologist association that has been accused of human trafficking and forced labor. The church has described these claims as both scurrilous and ridiculous. The picture painted by Cruz by former members of the church is not flattering. They tend to describe Cruz as a well-meaning man who fundamentally is not curious, and who is happy to have beautiful things handed to him without looking at the cost. Scientology is attractive to Cruz in this account because it makes his life easier while simultaneously flattering his ego with the belief that he is a hero. Do you think Tom is essentially in too deep? Like, yeah, maybe he does want to see his daughter, but they have too much dirt on him and it's almost a hostage type situation. Do you think he is actually an evil man who is taking advantage of forced labor and a tax-exempt fortune? Do you think he is conveniently turning a blind eye to the alleged horrors and is going to play the whole "I was brainwashed" card when it all comes crashing down? Or maybe you think he is actually
I think they all, one of the terrible things about this is I think the whole church had to kind of go through that exact experience. They all had to kind of understand that they might have been brainwashed. I think even the deepest members know now that their church has been outed. And I think all of them had to kind of do that exact situation.
Aggro. Just like every other Scientologist, he doesn't make you look at his movies or legacy any differently. Drink water.
Some scale screecher without
It's no longer the magical, wonder-filled universe.
It ended.
You feel normal. You receive loot. Steel arrowhead.
Autopilot jumping.
You receive loot. Raptor head. You receive loot.
Disney is perfectly happy with their catastrophic downfall. And then there was the one that we just looked at.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
The corrupt case of Alec Baldwin.
While producing a film.
This is from 2 hours ago. Very current. Thank you so much, Patrick CC. You're killing it.
About an accidental shooting.
I've liked and subbed to your channel. Yeah, the corrupt. Yeah, I have no idea. I'd not looked into this at all. I have no idea what happened.
A-list Hollywood star Alec Baldwin became the lead suspect in a real shooting. On October 21st, 2021, Alec grabbed a Colt 45 revolver that he thought was empty and fired it directly into a cinematographer's chest, killing her, and also wounding the director. All of the legal trials regarding this case are now over, but justice has not been served. 3 years later, the single most important question of the entire case has still not been answered, and potentially covered up as part of a conspiracy. This case is messy, chaotic, and has everyone pointing fingers at each other to take the blame, but the sad truth is, it was easily preventable, and the production's countless mistakes led to the tragic demise of a great innocent woman. In May of 2020, it was announced that actor Alec Baldwin would produce and star in Rust, a western he created with writer and director Joel Souza. Rust is based in 1880s Kansas, where Harlan Rust, played by Alec Baldwin, comes out of hiding to rescue his 13-year-old nephew after he is sentenced to hang for an accidental killing. The film, described as a passion project for Baldwin, would be produced on a $6 to $7 million budget, which is considered a low-budget film in Hollywood.
I would say.
In October of 2021, the New Mexico Film Office announced that Rust was in production in Santa Fe, New Mexico. The production involved approximately 150 crew members, half of them local, 22 principal, and 230 background actors from New Mexico. Because the film would use weaponry, production required an armorer to ensure the safe and realistic handling of weapons on set. An armorer is a trained professional who is responsible for managing all firearms and weapons used during filming, ensuring they are handled safely and and correctly. This role is crucial because, as they found out, even prop weapons or those loaded with blanks can pose significant risks if not properly managed. This role was given to Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who was responsible for overseeing and managing all weapons. Just like many other jobs given to people in Hollywood, Hannah had a connection. She was the stepdaughter of longtime industry armorer Thel Reed. Also note that Rust was only Hannah's second film serving as lead armorer. Despite being related to an experienced armorer in the industry, Hannah had a less than optimal start in Hollywood. On her first film, The Old Way, another gunslinging western film,
Nicolas Cage.
the film's key grip Stu Brumbaugh reportedly complained about her
What's with
handling
these weird
of
westerns with big Hollywood
near the
stars?
cast and crew for a second time in 3 days without warning. Brumbaugh
Nicolas, like, oh no, she pissed off Nicolas Cage somehow.
You receive loot. Large flat tooth.
said that Nicolas Cage yelled at her, "Make an announcement. You just blew my effing eardrums out," before walking off set in a rage. Brumbaugh also reported that Gutierrez Reed walked onto set with live rounds in his legs and no public announcement to the cast and crew, breaking established safety protocols. She tucked pistols under her armpits and carried rifles in each hand that were ready to be used in a scene. Firearms were aimed at people. She turned around and the pistols that were tucked under her armpits were pointing back at people. She twice fired guns on the set without giving any warning to the cast and crew, as required. The first time she was demonstrating the gun volume to see if the loud sound would startle the horses when without warning the gun went off. Hannah Reed being tasked with ensuring the safety and realistic handling of weapons was a disaster waiting to happen. Have you heard that the flavored air category is quickly becoming the leading alternative to vaping and smoking? It's a whole new movement towards better habits, led by the sponsor of today's video, Fume. Fume fills the void ditching a bad habit can leave. It's not a vape, there is no nicotine, and it has no batteries to charge. Flavored air isn't like vaping. If vapor was compared to sticky soda, Fume cores are closer to herbal teas. Fume has lots of delicious flavors to choose from, like crisp mint and orange vanilla. With flavored air, you can satisfy your oral fixation through a passive diffusion system that utilizes no electronics, vapor, or combustion. Fume continuously invests in third-party studies to ensure the safety of their products, and they are backed by doctors in the US. The device feels really good in your hands and makes a good fidget toy. I really like their Cinnamon Hearts flavor. It's sweet, a little smoky, yet refreshing. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code PatrickCC to get your free topper. It's the perfect accessory to your Fume device. Slip it onto the mouthpiece for a softer, warmer feel. It's chewable for those who love to fidget, and it's reusable. Head to tryfume.com, that's TRYFUM.com, and use code PatrickCC or scan the QR code on screen to try your free Fume topper when you order your journey pack today. But the armorer wasn't the only point of concern on set. Filming began on October 6, 2021, and members of the film said that they were promised the production would pay for their hotel rooms in Santa Fe, which was about 17 miles or a 20-minute drive away from the Bonanza Creek Ranch, where they were filming. Instead, the crew's hotel was located in Albuquerque, which was likely much cheaper than Santa Fe. But
but it's a 5-hour drive.
It was a 50-mile drive from the ranch.
Or no, 50 miles isn't that bad. That's like, what, 2 hours, something?
This irritated crew members who had to drive an hour after a 12 to 13-hour workday on set. The night before the shooting incident happened, the head of the camera department, Lane Looper, emailed a resignation letter due to the delays in pay, housing, lax COVID policies, and poor safety. He wrote, "In my 10 years as a camera assistant, I've never worked on a show that cares so little for the safety of its crew, specifically citing gun safety as an issue. During the filming of gunfights on this job, things are often played very fast and loose. So far, there have been 2 accidental weapons discharges and 1 accidental SFX explosives that have gone off." Because of his resignation, Lane was not on set the next day. He knew something bad could happen, but he never could have predicted this tragedy. It's also important to consider that Lane and a few others were a part of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, aka IATSE, who were planning a strike over working conditions and low pay. Some of the film crew were members of this union. Alec actually supported their strike.
And I want to say to the people in IATSE, do what you need to do. Do what you need to do.
You don't like that contract? You think the contract could be better? You want to go on strike? Go on strike. Do it. Strike. Do what you gotta do. You gotta fight.
Helena Hutchins, the victim and member of
Agreed.
the union, even posted on her Instagram supporting the potential strike, standing in hashtag IA solidarity with our IATSE crew here in New Mexico on Rust. On the morning of October 21st, 2021, which was the 12th day of filming, one of the producers ordered the union members to leave the set and threatened to call security to remove them if they didn't leave voluntarily. Helena decided to stay. Many assume that production was trying to cut corners, save money, and get rid of the union workers so they can bring in non-union workers, which are typically cheaper and easier to take advantage of. After the union workers left, an anonymous insider told the Wrap that several crew members decided to pass the time and take several prop guns off set that day, including the firearm involved in the incident, to engage in plinking, a hobby in which people shoot at beer cans. It's important to consider that real bullets would have been used for plinking. You should also remember this alleged plinking incident because it seems to be a major piece of evidence, but it never gets brought back up again. It never made it to trial. As the crew prepared to film a gunfight scene inside of a church, Hannah Reed retrieved firearms and ammunition from a locked safe. 3 guns intended to be used in filming were placed on a cart. Among them was a plastic gun that could not shoot live ammunition, a modified weapon that could not fire any type of ammunition, and a reproduction 1870.
The Kolkar are a threat to the Horde's claims in the Barrens. We must reduce the numbers of their troops, and so I have a bounty task for you. While in Kolkar territories, slay their warriors and collect centaur bracers. Return when you have a heap of bracers, and the Horde will reward you well.
The centaurs have plagued the Tauren for years, and recently the Kolkar centaurs of the Barrens have grown into a real threat. Normally they were disorganized in these lands, but new leaders have risen among them, rallying them. To preserve our holdings here, these centaur leaders must be destroyed. Bring me the head of Barak Kodoban. He camps near the Forgotten Pools to the north. Defeat him, then return to me.
Made by Pieta, that is a real gun that can shoot real bullets. These weapons were left on the cart for 2 hours unattended, from around 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then, when it was time to film the scene around 1:30 p.m., Hannah went over to assistant director Dave Halls, opened the cylinder, spun it to show the 6 rounds in the chambers, and then passed it on to Dave. Dave Halls then brought the revolver into the church and gave it to Baldwin. Hannah did not go into the church. Even though Hannah, the armorer, already showed him the chamber, it was a part of safety protocol for Dave to open the revolver's loading gate and rotate the cylinder again, exposing the chambers for his personal inspection. But Dave Halls told an investigator that he had not checked all of the rounds in the gun he handed to Alec Baldwin, and he couldn't recall if Hannah Reed spun the drum for him. He said he remembered seeing only 3 rounds. There were 16 cast and crew members around preparing for this scene. B camera operator Reed Russell was situated on a camera dolly, looking at a camera monitor with cinematographer Helena Hutchins and director Joel Souza. The trio standing behind the monitor were 2 feet from the muzzle of the firearm, and none of them were wearing protective gear such as noise-canceling headphones or safety goggles. As the trio behind the monitor began repositioning the camera to remove a shadow, Baldwin started outlining his strategy for drawing the firearm to the crew. He said, "So I guess I'm going to take this out, pull it, and go bang." Baldwin pulled the gun from his holster and rehearsed the motion he was going to do in the scene. On his second rehearsal, he grabbed the weapon and pulled it from his holster, and the gun fired. But the projectile that came out was an actual live bullet, not a dummy round. When the gun fired, the projectile traveled towards the 3 behind the camera monitor. Helena Hutchins was hit in the chest, and the projectile traveled through her upper body before hitting Joel Souza in the shoulder. Cast members immediately tried to apply pressure to her wound to stop the bleeding. Within minutes, an emergency crew appeared to help out Helena. Script supervisor Mamie Mitchell called 911 at 1:46 p.m.
San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency? Bonanza Creek Ranch has 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately. Bonanza Creek Ranch, come on. Stay on the phone with me, we're going to get some help, okay?
You receive
What is your
Central
name?
bracers.
Don't hang up, okay? Hold on just
You
one
recover.
second. Sounds like somebody else is calling for two ambulances. Well, we better make
Aggro.
good. Everybody should be. We need some help. Our director and our camerawoman has been shot.
Souza was treated by EMS and transported by ambulance to Christus St. Vincent Regional Medical Center in Santa Fe, where he was admitted and released the following morning. Hutchins was transported to the hospital via helicopter and
What a
pronounced
terrible
dead by
thing.
medical personnel at the University of New
I
Mexico
had no idea.
Hospital.
I mean, I knew what happened, but...
Helena Hutchins was born in Ukraine and grew up on a remote Soviet military base. She worked on documentary films in Eastern Europe before studying film in Los Angeles and embarking on a promising movie-making career. Hutchins began working in production while studying cinematography, becoming one of the most respected cinematographers in the field. Her credits as cinematographer or director of photography included The Mad Hatter and Blindfire. In 2019, American cinematographer named her one of the 10 up-and-coming directors of photography who are making their mark. The same year, Hutchins won the award for Best Cinematography at the English Riviera Film Festival for her work on the short film Treacle. Her friends and family described her as a kind soul and a loving mother who was deeply passionate about her work. She is survived by her husband Matt and their son Andros. The International Cinematographers Guild would hold a candlelight vigil for Hutchins. Additionally, the guild established a GoFundMe fundraiser for Hutchins' family. Meanwhile, the American Film Institute honored Hutchins by creating a scholarship program for women cinematographers in her name. On October 22nd, the next day, Baldwin tweeted, "There are no words to convey my shock and sadness regarding the tragic accident that took the life of Helena Hutchins, a wife, mother, and deeply admired colleague of ours. I'm fully cooperating with the police investigation to address how this tragedy occurred, and I am in touch with her husband, offering my support to him and his family. My heart is broken for her husband and their son, and all who knew and loved Helena." The incident resulted in an indefinite suspension of Rust production. On October 21st, 5 days after the shooting, the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office said it was investigating what type of projectile was discharged and how the event occurred. The incident was also under investigation by the state's first judicial district attorney, the New Mexico Occupational Health and Safety Bureau, and the FBI. With all of these large organizations doing their own independent investigations, surely we would get the whole truth, right? Following the issuance of search warrants, the Santa Fe County Department announced on October 27th that they recovered over 600 items of evidence, including 500 rounds of ammunition, which were a mix of blanks, dummy rounds, and suspected live rounds. They added that a projectile, which they believed to be a live round, was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder. In a horrible attempt at doing damage control, Hannah Reed's lawyer, Jason Bowles, began publicly announcing that his client was being set up or sabotaged.
We have a time frame between 11 and 1 approximately that day in which the firearms at times were unattended. So there was opportunity to tamper with this scene. And yes, we're looking at that possibility because, I'm sorry?
Was the gun ever left unattended on the day of the incident?
Savannah, it was left unattended from 11 to after 1 o'clock.
Hannah's lawyers say that she finished setting up the prop guns for the scenes around 11 a.m. Then they were left unattended for 2 hours until 1 p.m. when they began setting up the scene again.
As the armorer, was it her responsibility to maintain custody and control of the weapon?
She had 2 roles on that film set, and that's another thing we want to emphasize, that she was an armorer, but she was also a key props assistant. She was only being paid for an armor part-time. Essentially, she was doing 2 roles.
Her lawyer is trying to paint the picture that she did her job as the armorer as best as she could, but she was overworked trying to juggle her second job that she was allegedly not paid for, assisting the props master.
Once it was time for that weapon to go onto the set, did Hannah inspect the gun, the chamber? Did she look at the cartridges and determine that they were dummy cartridges?
She did not.
The reason Hannah did not inspect the gun was because once she gave the weapon to Dave Halls, it was then his responsibility to check the weapon once again before giving it to Alec Baldwin. If Hannah was in the church while they were filming that scene, then it would have been her responsibility to then check the weapon again before she gave it to Alec Baldwin. As far as the Hollywood order of operations goes, Dave Halls essentially assumed responsibility since Hannah was not in the church. Alec Baldwin also did some press in the form of an exclusive interview with ABC News where he claims he did not pull the trigger.
So I take the gun and I start to cock the gun. I'm not going to pull the trigger. I said, do you see that? She said, well, just cheat it down and tilt it down a little bit like that. And I cock the gun and I go, can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? And she says, and then I let go of the hammer of the gun and the gun goes off.
It wasn't in the script for the trigger to be pulled.
Well, the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger.
So you never pulled the trigger?
No. I would never point a gun at anyone and pull a trigger at them.
No.
That was the training that I had. You don't point a gun at me and pull the trigger.
No.
Also asserted
No.
that Baldwin did
that's
not
gun
pull the
training,
trigger.
no.
More specifically, Halls claimed Baldwin's finger was never within the trigger guard during the incident. Two separate firearms expert investigations, one by the FBI, both determined the Pieta 45 Long Colt single-action Army revolver could not have been fired without a trigger pull from a quarter-cocked, half-cocked, or fully cocked hammer position. The revolver's internal components were also found to be intact and operational, ruling out mechanical failure as a potential cause for an accidental discharge. So basically what people got from that was that Baldwin lied. He did pull the trigger. And still to this day, he remains firm in his stance that he never pulled the trigger.
I believe him.
Water, by the way. Additionally, Baldwin claimed that he thought the gun was empty, after hearing David Halls yell the term, cold gun. In Hollywood, the term cold gun refers to a firearm that is being used on a film or television set, which is confirmed to be unloaded and free of any live ammunition or blanks. When an actor hears cold gun on set, it indicates that the weapon is safe to handle and will not fire anything, ensuring the safety of everyone involved in the production.
The gun was supposed to be empty. I was told I was handed an empty gun. If there were cosmetic rounds, nothing with a charge at all, or a flash round, nothing.
3 months later, the State of New Mexico Environment Department
him.
Occupational Health and Safety Bureau finished their investigation into the dozen safety protocols that were entirely ignored by the production. And they did it almost definitely because they were trying to save money, as this was a low-budget film. The employer, Rust Movie Productions LLC, demonstrated plain indifference to the hazards associated with firearms by routinely failing to practice their own safety protocols, failing to enforce adherence to safety protocols, and failing to ensure that the handling of deadly weapons was afforded the time and effort needed to keep the cast and crew safe. Additionally, the employer disregarded or otherwise did not follow up, ask questions, or try to understand what happened when employees notified management about the misfire incidents and not feeling safe on set. The safety coordinator was present on set and took no direct action to address safety concerns. Management was provided multiple opportunities to take corrective actions and chose not to do so. David Halls was the first of 3 who would face a trial. The investigation revealed that David Halls handed a large caliber revolver to Baldwin without consulting with on-set weapons specialists before or after the gun was loaded. Regulators pointed out that Halls had witnessed 2 other accidental discharges on set, but had taken no investigative, corrective, or disciplinary action. Halls agreed to plead guilty to negligent use of a deadly weapon. He was sentenced to 6 months of unsupervised probation, a $500 fine, and 24 hours of community service. On January 31st, 2023, Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez Reed were officially charged with involuntary manslaughter for the fatal shooting, with Hannah Reed's trial strategically being pursued first. In addition to involuntary manslaughter, Hannah Reed was being charged with evidence tampering. Now, even though Hannah was being tried for both of these crimes at the exact same time, for the sake of clarity, we're going to discuss everything related to the manslaughter charge first. The night before the shooting, Hannah sent these text messages to an unnamed recipient. I might go smoke in the jacuzzi soon, but maybe not. I'm so pooped. Headed down to get high out back. Time to eat now. How'd the blaze sesh go? I'm still smoking. The judge only allowed the prosecution to introduce a limited number of text messages regarding drug use. The prosecution had argued that Gutierrez-Reed was smoking marijuana while in possession of ammunition that was being used on set. And really quickly, jumping to after the shooting incident, Rebecca Smith, the craft services manager, alleged that Hannah invited her up to her hotel room, and when she was leaving, Hannah allegedly gave Rebecca a Ziploc baggie with a little green baggie inside of it that had a little white powder in it.
What color was the powder?
White.
And when you were
Approaching
a younger
Stargate.
person, did you have an opportunity to use the drug cocaine?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a recovering addict.
Are you familiar with what cocaine looks like?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the way that cocaine is packaged?
Yes, ma'am.
Your inventory is full.
Based on that experience, what did you believe to be in the bag?
I believed it to be cocaine.
During the trial, we got to see what happened moments after the shooting, such as Hannah giving police the box where the bullets came from.
Sorry.
You're okay.
Sorry.
Just relax. Just relax.
So scared.
You're all right. Just relax.
So here's the box that I got them out of.
From there, she seems to be more concerned about her career than the victim.
I'm the armor. Or at least I was. How old are you? 24. I'm like the only female armorer in the game, and I just up my whole entire career. My dad's the best, one of the best armorers in the entire world, and he trained me, and I'm
We also got to hear some of what Hannah said when she was brought in for questioning after the shooting.
Where I'm trying to get with is because you can handle the gun, you obviously are going to be loading the gun, so that's why I'm concerned about the dummy and the blanks, because those were left out. And is there some way that somebody can alter them to make them still look like your dummy rounds?
Well, so that's the thing, is that like bullets, like real bullets, pretty much look the same as dummies. The only difference is the rattle. And so yeah, that's a choice, but also I don't know, I'm kind of wondering, because I heard back in the day dummies used to have like a primer cap. So I'm wondering if maybe it was one of those older ones or something like that.
Just her being unsure of the difference between a real bullet and a dummy bullet is extremely concerning, considering she is the one who's supposed to be the professional. Because expecting actors or other crew to know the difference between the two is absurd. Now, it's important to know that blanks and dummies are not the same. The tips of blanks are often visibly different. Instead of a bullet, it will have a crimped tip or a plastic tip. But dummies, more often than not, have a tip that looks exactly like a real bullet. So if a cameraman is trying to film down the barrel of a gun, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a dummy or a real bullet. And even if you were the one holding the gun looking down the chamber from the back end of the bullet, assuming you were inexperienced, you wouldn't know the difference between the two either. Sometimes you can indicate a dummy by them having a divot on the primer. However, photos of the ammunition were revealed in the trial. You will notice they all look the same besides one in the middle on the right, which has a silver primer. This is a live round, and all the others are dummies. But the best way to tell the difference between a dummy and a real bullet is by shaking them.
And then the other thing is that when I shake the one with gunpowder in it, you don't really hear anything. Can you hear that? Those are two BBs that you put in to dummy rounds when you make them, so that you can hear that there's no gunpowder in there.
Now consider how quick it would be to double or even triple check the ammunition.
Clearing a gun like this is really not difficult at all. In fact, if I load this blank cartridge here, even just glancing at the gun, you can easily see the rim there in the cylinder. To properly clear it, you would open the loading gate, pull the hammer back to the half-cock position, and then rotate the cylinder and check to make sure each of the 6 chambers is empty.
And from there, taking out the bullets to shake them just to double check, triple check, it would maybe take 1 minute. During the trial, insightful evidence was revealed in text messages from Hannah's phone. I don't know. I talked to Sarah and she said she checked the box and some didn't rattle, said Hannah Reed. Unfortunately, we don't know the context of this text message, but it does heavily insinuate that Hannah was aware that there could be a live round somewhere amongst all the ammunition. What there seemed to be no debate about in this trial was that to to save money, producers on the low-budget indie western had Gutierrez-Reed working as both the armorer and as assistant to props master Sarah Zachary. Hannah did not have time to conduct her duties to the best of her diligence and was required to focus on other tasks, like working in the props department. But that doesn't excuse her. It didn't take much evidence to realize that Hannah was inexperienced, disorganized, reckless, and potentially on drugs who did not fulfill her duties as armorer to ensure safety of everyone on set. And for that, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was found guilty of manslaughter.
Oh, they found her guilty? Oh, wow. I mean, somebody had to fry. Somebody died. Now, I didn't know they got the armorer. That's insane. They got the armorer, huh? Wow. Yeah, they couldn't get Alec Baldwin. How the fuck would he know? He's not the gun guy. He's the guy who stands up in front of the camera. 9/10 of the time, they're checking lights and his makeup and lines and all this stuff. This guy has nothing to do with guns. I mean, he probably knew a lot about guns, but I don't think... you know, I don't think he knows what's in the chamber of the gun that you're handing him. No, not unless you show him.
Hannah was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison.
Yeah, at least they slapped her hand. They gave her 18 months for manslaughter. They were like, well, we gotta bust you, and we gotta really, really make sure people like you don't ever fucking do this again. So we're gonna slap your hand, but we're not gonna put you in jail for 20 years. We'll give you 18 months. That's not much for murder. It's essentially involuntary manslaughter. I mean, that's basically murder. It's not. But, you know, it's right down the road. It's down the road. It's like you didn't mean to kill somebody, but you killed somebody. Yeah, of all the things on set that they can't fuck around on, the guns would be the big one. All those guns they have in all those movies all the time. The guns definitely should not be this thing where the armor is on drugs or anything like that. The gun should never be this slipshod thing, or she's overworked or tired or doesn't know what a dummy is or anything like that.
Evidence tampering, the second charge that she was facing, and that's because the most important question of the entire trial was not answered. How did live rounds get on a Hollywood set in the first place?
Yeah.
The motion picture and television industry follows a very long, detailed set of safety bulletins created by the Labor Management Safety Committee. The very first rule is that, quote, live ammunition is never to be used on set nor brought onto any work location.
It's just not necessary. Yeah, like, why would you ever bring live ammunition on a fucking Hollywood set? What's that going to do? That's just going to get somebody killed. I'm sure it's not the first time either. I'm sure this is not the first time. And so, like, how that, like, he's got a valid question. How did that loaded gun get on set? It is a murder. It's probably a murder, which is kind of weird. It was like a setup to try to make a Hollywood star a murderer.
You receive loot. Centaur bracers.
And I feel for him.
You loot 20
Any studio lot, stage, or location, Hannah Reed remained firm in her defense the entire time that she has no idea how live ammunition got on that set. We do know that the dummy rounds were supplied by Seth Kenny,
probably
the
carelessness.
owner of PDQ Arm and Prop, which is a business that supplies weapons and props to the entertainment.
No, it's always the simplest answer. You can go digging down the halls of you know, and I am a conspiracy theorist who believes in 9/11 was an inside job, and you know, and that there's like an obelisk on the dark side of the moon and all this stuff. And I am a conspiracy theorist, but like usually I base my shit in things that I can see, and I don't see any evidence of something like that here. Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is often the correct one. You know.
Aggro.
You go looking for zebras in a stable full of horses.
You loot 7 copper.
Gonna have a problem. It's weird. Like, they're horses. They're not zebras. Like this idea that somebody brought like a loaded weapon so that Alec Baldwin killed the director or something. Seems sort of weird.
You receive loot. Rusty warmer.
entertainment industry.
Loot
Seth
recover.
provided the bullets to Sarah Zachary, the props manager. On October 16th, 5 days prior to the tragic shooting on the Rust set, Sarah Zachary
Aggro.
had an accidental/negligent discharge of a weapon on set, firing a blank round at her foot. In a civil suit filed by Hannah, she allegedly confronted Sarah and indicated that they would need to report the incident to production. From there, a heated text exchange took place between Seth Kenny and Hannah, where Seth claims that Sarah's misfire was an act.
She was just like a junky armorer, and they trusted her too much. That seems like the Occam's razor explanation I want to arrive at. Until they show me evidence of something else, that's where I'm falling on this. She was like a careless armorer who didn't live up to her dad's name. She was probably cool.
857.
She's probably a cool lady, but I doubt like
Aggro.
I doubt this had anything to do with ill intent.
Accident, and that she needs to move on and remember that Sarah is her boss. This paints the picture that Hannah was actually trying to do the right thing and report this incident to production, but Sarah,
Kind of sounded like they were fucking. Were they fucking?
who had a senior position over her, was potentially not okay with that, and Seth was also not okay with that. Seth is not even an employee of the production, so why would he be defending Sarah so much? Shortly before Rust went into production, Seth Kenny's company was hired to provide dummy rounds to a separate production nearby. This was the show 1883, written and directed by Taylor Sheridan. Sheridan also invited Thel Reed to coach the actors of the 1883 set on how to properly shoot weapons.
That's like the pilot, or not the pilot, or not pilot, but the, what do they call that? It's like the knockoff thing from Yellowstone. I think that was Yellowstone's movie, like television movie.
In Armorer.
Fairly sure I watched it, but I stopped liking Yellowstone after like season 4. I thought it was a really good fucking show when it started, and it was very pertinent, and very good, and very well done, but they lost their fire or lightning in the bottle or something, because by the 4th season they were like shooting up Montana ranch towns with machine guns and shit like this, and trying to do Miami Vice shit like that in fucking Yellowstone, which is like, you know, a fucking show about cattle ranch corruption. And sure, there's some rough stuff in cattle rancher stuff, but like fucking M16 shootout gunfights with the rancher's son, who's like an ex fucking Vietnam dude, or sorry, ex Gulf War dude, and it's just like weird. It's like this is a show about cattle ranchers trying to stay alive in the changing world where woke is being killed, and you know, cattle ranchers are on the way out, and you know, the old west style, country western style is sort of on the way, on the down trend. And like, that show was great, but then they started making it into this thing about like drama and shootouts and stuff. That's just not what Yellowstone was. It was like this beautiful thing about Native American dealings and tribal dealings with ranchers and such, and it was such a fucking good show. But then they turned it into like some crappy Reacher show, and I stopped watching it. Full blown stopped. I was like, yeah. By season 4, when they had like the M16 shootout on the fucking Montana highway, I was like, no, this is a town with like 700 fucking people. They're not going to have Miami Vice shootouts, and it like, it literally broke my fucking immersion so much. I was like, I don't believe I'm going to watch this show anymore. I angrily quit, you know. And then so I didn't pay much attention to 1882, because I was like, yeah, Yellowstone at this point has lost its writers and its charm. I think Kevin Costner kind of bit off more than he could chew in terms of what he could actually supply this television show by season 4. And it was like, you know, and it was like kind of sad, and the other actors weren't good enough to hold it all the way up. The blonde lady was, and the son was, and the daughter, and then son's wife was, but the rest of the cast was not good enough to hold up that whole thing by themselves if Kevin Costner wasn't in this huge role. But they were already kind of like cameoing him by season 4 and kind of writing him out a bit, and everybody hated him at that point. And I was like, yeah, I don't know why they tried to make Kevin Costner such a big fucking role in this. They should have made it about the son. and maybe those Montana shootouts on the highway, like Miami Vice shootouts on the highway, might have been a little bit more compelling. But they started out making the show about, you know, the older dad who's like a baby boomer who's like old styles and Western ways of doing stuff, kind of right wing ways of doing stuff, was on the downtrend. But you know, and it was really good. And some of the actors on the show were fucking amazing. But Yellowstone died, in my opinion. Kind of the same way that Rick and Morty died. Yellowstone was good, not like in the same way that Rick and Morty was good, but it was like really genuinely good, compelling television when it first hit. It really was. Kind of like House of Cards. Those shows died, but I'm not sure they should have, but their writers stopped, or their actors got too old or busted or something, or I don't know what it is, but yeah. And so and it's sad because honestly I was figuring that we might see, like, you know, a good 7 or 8 seasons of Yellowstone before it got bad, kind of like Breaking Bad went like a good 6 seasons before it ended, and then gave us, like, you know, Vince Gilligan gave us another whole like 8 seasons or whatever it was with Better Call Saul, and that ended up being such a fucking wonderful dynasty of television, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. I thought Yellowstone was good enough to hold entire television networks up by itself in the first 2 seasons, but then by third one they were off kilter. Fourth one, they were having Miami Vice gunfights when really it was a show about peaceful ranchers. Well, not peaceful ranchers, but like definitely not peaceful ranchers, but more sort of like kind of like low time gang style mobster ranchers that were like kind of like, you know, messing with like you know, prices of cattle heads and stuff like this, rustling and shit like that. And a lot of the rodeos and stuff, and that culture is interesting. You know, oftentimes it's sort of downplayed in America how strong that culture is, but it's very strong. And then something happened overnight, and Yellowstone was just dead. Either Costner just wrote it off, or they couldn't get the right Netflix contract or something. I don't know what it was, but whatever it was that made the show so good the first 2 seasons. And like, they did amazing stuff on Yellowstone. One of the ways I can prove it to you, I can prove to you that Yellowstone was a truly fucking amazing show. You want to know how I know? Because Maynard from Tool, what's his name? Maynard is, I forget his full name. Maynard from Maynard from Tool. I forget his fucking full name. I was a big Tool fan, but I was never a Tool fanatic like I was Kurt Cobain. But yeah, Maynard from Tool. What's his name? Maynard James Keenan, thank you. Maynard James Keenan did the entire first 2 seasons of Yellowstone with Pussifer and Tool tracks. And not Tool at all. It was only Pussifer, I think. It was only Pussifer. But Pussifer did the first 2 seasons of Yellowstone, and you get an idea of how really monumental that show kind of might have been, you know? If the lead singer of Tool is doing the soundtrack and stuff, you know, you get an idea of how cool Yellowstone might have been. But then they broke my heart. I don't know what happened to that television show. It was like fucked up. I think I know what it is. They all convinced these boomers when they're like 65 that they're the only thing that can still put butts in the seats, I think. And I think they convinced, or they didn't. Maybe he convinced himself. Who knows? But I think. You know, I think Kevin Costner was a little bit too old to pull off a whole 8 or 10 season run of Yellowstone and keep it good. And
approaching Stargate.
I think that's kind of what it was. And so, and then by season 3, they already knew he was kind of like, you know, he was kind of like sleepy like Joe. You know, he was a little sleepy like Joe, and it broke my heart. That show was the big hype, I think, in the last 10 years for me. I think it was the best one that I'd seen. Now there's another one on British television called The Gentleman, which is done by Guy Ritchie. And Guy Ritchie is extremely toxic masculine, or, you know, toxic masculine type person. And I struggle liking Guy Ritchie because he mostly does sort of stuck up, sort of male oriented gangster flick stuff. And I like that style. And I thought that Snatch and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels was an extremely good show. but I don't think or sorry, extremely good movies, but I was very surprised with how really truly classically good The Gentleman was on Netflix, and very very funny too, very extremely funny, and I was pleasantly surprised by that. And so now my big hope for television in the last 10 years, beyond, of course, like Breaking Bad and, Better Call Saul, was The Gentleman. But, and we're only in season 1 on Gentleman. I really like season 1 of Perry Mason on Amazon, but then they fucked up that show. I like season 1 of the Lincoln Lawyer, and then they fucked up that show. I really thought that the Black Sails was going to be good, but then it wasn't. It was like, I think that's the name of it. I thought Black Sails was going to be super good because the production value was super good for a British show, but then it turned out it wasn't that good. And then I thought Sherlock was going to be super good after season 1. Sherlock didn't end up being as good as I thought it would be. And like, while I love that show, it still wasn't as good as I thought it would be. I love Martin Freeman a lot, but whatever. And so there's been a lot of good TV shows in the last 10 years, but I really thought that Yellowstone would be it. And he brought up 1882, which is the Yellowstone thing. And I think, like, yeah, if there's anybody who's going to cut corners on financial stuff like The Armorer and all that, or let The Armorer be like kind of slipshod in the way that they execute their job, it'll be these low budget Westerns and these weird low budget Western television shows that look like they have a lot of glitter because they have high cost cameras and stuff. But honestly, I think the cameras is where most of the money is spent. Honestly, I don't think they spend a lot of money on writing anymore. I don't think they spend a lot of money on music anymore. I don't think they do a lot of good character development anymore. And often fucking and shooting it takes up more of the time of the show than it should. And I mean, I've spoken like a middle-aged boomer, but oftentimes it's weird because you like, honestly, I'm okay with a show completely about fucking or something too. Like, I'm okay with like a show being about fucking and action. I'm okay with that. I totally am. But I mean, Yellowstone laid out as this really dark drama, like didn't lay out like that when it started. There was barely any action in it when it started. And when it happened, it was very poignant and surprising. But by season 4, I've written it off. Now I think they're on, like, what season is Yellowstone on? Let's go see. What season is Yellowstone on? They're on season 5, but I think they've already been dead since like 4. And the I think it's weird because they like played up this big confrontation coming between like the Native Americans. Like they played it up like it might be a race war, like between the Native Americans, the white ranchers, and the federal government. And Yellowstone like went pretty hard at that too. They laid it out like winter is coming, kind of like the dragon's coming kind of thing. They were like, oh, big blowout is gonna happen between the cops and the rancher cops and the, I'm sorry, not the rancher cop, but whatever they're called, the stock show cops. I forget they're the national steer people and the feds and the Indians and the white people and the poor whites and the people that work in the ranches. And they played this up for like 4 solid seasons, but then Kevin Costner fell asleep or whatever, and then like Sleepy Joe, and like what they were promising was not delivered. And now I'm kind of bitter about Yellowstone the way that I'm kind of bitter about Rick and Morty. Like Rick and Morty played it up pretty big. Remember at the end of at least 2 episodes, like, and I use this ethos in my stream all the time. I know that I'm not very loved, and I know that I wasn't very appreciated. I know that my job is extremely intensive, and it definitely is like lazy, and it has a big carbon footprint and all this stuff. I realize that being a professional video game player is maybe not the most popular thing in the fucking world, but I went at it exactly like how Rick and Morty did, with like 100 years of Rick and Morty, right? That's how I feel about skycat.live. I wanted those. I'm like Mr. Rogers. I want 100 years. I want to prove to everybody that I existed by existing, just on camera all the time. and do a 90-year history of all the games and all the television shows and everything that I watched. And so, and I learned that from Rick and Morty, like 100 years of Rick and Morty. It'll never end. Rick and Morty will go on for 20 seasons, Rick and Morty forever, 20 seasons. I learned that self-delusion. You could tell Justin Roiland was completely self-deluded when he was saying it, but he was trying to say it to Dan Harmon, and he meant it, I think, at the time. But by season fucking 5, it had gone downhill, and they were doing weird artistic fucking episodes at the end with blonde redhead to break out the end of the episode and stuff like this, as opposed to like truly good Rick and Morty, like interdimensional cable and all that stuff. It was originally a comedy show, but they had to kind of mortify it a little bit too much. That's been coming out on the YouTubes lately too. I can't make this pull without potentially dying, and I have to be very careful.
He would also train actors on how to actually shoot weapons.
They're both rangers, so if they both shoot at me, I'm dead. So if I aggro the other one like too close, and plus he's like padding through. So honestly, it's just safer to play like they're going to like this now. Now I've got to get him out of here, because if that aggro's me, I'm dead. See it? It doesn't seem like it right away, but it's deceptive. It's stupid. You have to know their patterns like really fucking well, and this is the only place you can get them enough to get the damn bracers, you know?
Aggro.
If the pad aggro's and I'm not ready, or I'm like at half health or something like that, I'm fucked, and like the evasion and the sprint might not get me out of it, especially if he nets me like that. I'm completely fucked. Then I have to then I've got to rely on the potion doing half my bar to keep me alive. It's not too good. Makes me fucking nervous, but at least I'm close to being done with bracers, and I don't have to do this spot anymore soon. I can't believe it was Polly that killed me and not something like this, you know? I have tools to like a blind to get out of it, but I don't want to use them. I want the blind for stuff like Polly, where if I need it, I can use it, you know?
Before their roles. In a private range session outside of the television set, the 1883 actors were using live ammunition and dummy rounds.
Why were 1882 actors using live ammunition? Were you drunk and on set fucking around? Y'all screw around too much. It's like that South Park thing. South Park makes fun of you people, and they should. Y'all screw around in the metal shop too much, and that's what happened with the armorer. She was too lax in her fucking job. You got to remember, they pay you pretty well. It's probably like 60, 75 grand a year or something, 100 grand a year, maybe a little bit more for an armor, maybe more if you're like contracted and doing well like her, like maybe you might be fixing out to be one of the good ones, right? They probably pay you a lot, and so while you're getting paid that good money that all the rest of us don't make and stuff, you can't be lax in your goddamn job. Doing your job is half-assed is not the American way. Trust me, it's not. If you believe that doing your job half-assed is the American way, then go look at Paradise, California.
The functioning of the firearms, we're mixed between blanks.
Especially an armorer that deals with live rounds, the shit that might get somebody killed on a Hollywood set. That like, trust me, okay, there's, sure, we can all get high and fuck around. I get it, but like also like I don't know though, in that job, I'm not fucking around. I want that anal nerd that's sitting there polishing his gun instead of watching television and shit. Who's like thinking about the powder quality on the gun rings on his like the powder rings on his 1911. I don't want some scrub girl but a girl has nothing to do with it, but just some scrub person that is like lax and high and is like talking to like talking politics with the set and trying to convince the manager not to write them up for carelessness and stuff like this. Your job as the armorer, that's the one thing you can't be, is careless. Honestly, how it is you're handling weapons is beyond me. You would fail basic gun training,
Autopilot jumping.
What was live rounds doing on the set of 1882? That indicates a much higher level of incompetence and sort of like cubicle crawling a little bit. Seems to me a little bit like cubicle crawling, like it's a little bit of an unprofessional setting in a really, really professional setting,
Live ammunition in one area and then take people off to the side and shoot blanks.
Yeah, don't do that. And that implies that you're like drunk on set and you're firing guns and stuff. Like I'd be okay with it if it was like, okay, I ran it up the totem pole today, and the lawyers say it's okay for you to fire the weapon on the set. We ran it with the with the developer and the producer and the the director and stuff, and it's okay for you to fire the weapon 4 or 5 times on set today, so you understand what it's like to fire a weapon like this. But understand, we had to get like we have to have you sign a waiver for you to do this. That's the sort of level of safety that I expect out of something like this. Not the armorer crying that her her career is over because the rounds were live for some reason. That's not right.
Approaching most blanks is about 20 feet, so we would take them away from the firing line and test and train them there.
The 1883 actors were shooting a number of different weapons, but primarily they were using Colt 45s, the same exact weapon that Alec Baldwin had. The prosecution then asks who provided the ammunition.
Yeah, so where there's smoke, there's fire. So you can see where the prosecution went digging. They were like, we heard you guys kind of have a thing about Colts. You like shooting off Colts on set. And they're like, well, yeah, where'd you hear that? And they're like, well, the dead grip, or whatever her job was. The dead cinematographer. That's where we heard it from.
Of 1883.
Do you know where the live ammunition came from that was used in those coaching sessions?
No, you don't.
The 45 long Colt came from Thale. He had a number of reloads that I asked him to bring because at that time it was very difficult to source live ammunition.
Additionally, not all of the ammo was used.
Was all of the 45 long Colt live ammunition that was used for the training camp on 1883, was it all used up?
No.
So, can you tell us approximately how much was left over?
It was, if memory serves me correct, it was about 125.
Warm mail bracers.
And what happened to that ammunition after you finished training the actors on 1883?
Well, that's a little bit hazy. At one point, I do recall that certain things were offloaded from my Sprinter van because they just weren't needed, and that was one of those things. But at some point, it got moved back to Albuquerque, and I've never been able to pinpoint the date.
The live ammunition was moved back to Albuquerque. Correct. And specifically, where in Albuquerque was it being housed?
It was in a gray bin marked live ammunition, and it was actually in the bathroom.
Of where?
Of PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
Of your business?
Correct.
Okay.
If you're wondering why this man does not exactly know where the bullets went or how they ended up in a bathroom of his office, this is a look at the inside of the PDQ headquarters. It is an absolute pigsty inside of his office with random boxes and props everywhere, including ammunition.
See, that's unprofessional. You can't ever do that in a gun setting. That's not how gun stores are. That's not how gun shooting ranges are. That's not how guns are. You can't be having this kind of disorder. It's just not, it's not proper, not with guns. No. Not with lots of gun stuff. No. That just is setting yourself up for failure.
Randomly thrown in nooks and crannies. Do you think it's possible that a man whose headquarters looks like this could have accidentally put a few live rounds mixed in with some
What a
dummy
boneheaded
rounds?
maneuver that
Kenny
is.
told the court he provided a single box of 50 Colt 45 dummy rounds that had just come off the prop truck in Texas from the 1883 series and was handed over to Rust prop master Sarah Zachary on October 12, 2021. There was one round in the midst of all the others that Kenny provided that looked different, and it was the live round.
So that round that I've circled in red does not appear like the others, and I have a tough time thinking that I would provided that round.
Okay. And after you gave the box to Ms. Zachary and it was taken to the set of Rust, do you know what was done with it after that?
No, I had, even if she left it in her car, I had no idea what she had done with it.
After the shooting, Sarah provided Seth Kenny, a man who was not a part of the film production staff at all, a code to the safe inside of the prop truck.
Prior to going, did you provide the code to the safe to Seth Kenny?
I believe I did.
The prop truck search happens. Are you present for that search?
They were there before I got there. They had already started the process.
When you got there, was Seth Kenny there?
Yes.
In the month after the shooting happened, Kenny talked on the phone with investigators over 40 times.
Do you recall that in the course of time after that shooting incident, you called Detective Hancock over 40 times?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Do you think it might have been higher than that?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And during that time, you're sharing information with her, she's sharing information with you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And doesn't she share you materials from the investigation at times?
Aggro.
The first time that I think she showed me anything was when they were executing the search warrant on the prop truck. She showed me, I think they were black and white, grainy photos. It was the first time I saw it.
Then 1 month after the shooting and those dozens of phone calls, his pigsty headquarters was searched, and they found nothing.
And again, there was a month time frame or so, roughly, between the shooting incident and that search at your place.
Yeah, I believe it was over a month. Because it was after Thanksgiving. So, yeah, over a month.
Did you have any inkling or
You received loot,
thought
linen
that
cloth.
they were going to come search?
No, not
You
at
loot
all.
14 copper.
Even though you had been in
You received
contact
loot,
with
Codabane's
the
head.
detective and other people before that?
You loot 47 copper.
You knew they were investigating?
I knew they were investigating. I had no reason to believe that they would be executing a search warrant on my business.
Now, did you provide your DNA to Detective Hancock?
No, I did offer it, though.
You offered it?
Yes.
And they did not take you up on that?
I got a gun.
Even
That's
though
good.
Seth Kenny said he still had rounds from the previous film that he did with Dell, there were no bullets found in his office that matched the ones on the set of Rust. It's also interesting that Sarah Zachary, who received the dummy rounds in the first place, and was also Seth Kenny's point of contact, and was the one who had Hannah working 2 jobs, and also had an argument with
As
Hannah
the
after
wind on the
firing off a
plains,
dummy
you are
round in her
always
foot,
welcome here.
agreed to cooperate with the state to testify against Hannah, giving her full immunity of any crime.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I have to pee.
You feel rested.
What she says. And as
Sorry.
she testified, she admitted to tampering with and
Create
getting rid
light
of
letter.
evidence, a crime that Hannah
You
was
create
being
light letter.
tried for.
In reality, what
You
you did
create
is you
light
threw
letter.
away rounds from 2 revolvers,
You
is that
create
correct?
light letter.
Correct.
And that was right,
You create
that was
light letter.
after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
You create
Now,
light letter.
after the shooting, do you recall how many
create
minutes went
light
by,
letter.
just roughly, before you threw
You
away
create
those rounds?
light letter.
I don't recall.
In that time
You create
frame,
light
you
letter.
also had a conversation with Seth Kenny, correct?
You create light letter.
Do you recall anything from that phone
You
call?
create
Again,
light
not
letter.
telling us what Mr. Kenny said, but you recall anything
create
from that
light
phone
letter.
call?
Yes.
You create Light letter.
What do you recall?
Just
light letter.
him mortified.
How long did that phone call
Text
last?
to speech set to disabled.
As I said yesterday, possibly 30 seconds, a minute.
So then in that time frame, you then throw rounds away from the 2 revolvers that you had previously loaded, right?
I believe so, yes.
So those 2 revolvers, you threw the rounds away from?
Yes.
And you threw them in a trash can?
Correct.
You didn't tell anybody at the scene that you had thrown those away, right?
I didn't tell anyone, but it was in a public place. If someone saw me, then yeah.
Well, you didn't want to let anybody know that, did you?
They weren't the rounds in question, so I didn't think it mattered, and I had honestly forgotten.
Well, you knew that somebody had been shot, at least one person had been shot, correct?
Correct.
You knew that 911 had been called, is that right?
I didn't hear anybody call 911, but I had assumed.
And you would have assumed that the police would have to respond to a shooting, correct?
Sure.
And so as part of that, wouldn't you think that the police would want to see everything on set?
Yes.
So when you throw away rounds that they may have wanted to see, don't you understand that to be an issue?
No, because again, it wasn't the rounds in question.
But that isn't your determination, right, to determine what's in question. That is the law enforcement's determination, correct?
Okay.
Well, would you agree with me on that?
Sure.
In addition to this admission, she communicated closely with Alec Baldwin after the incident.
So after the shooting, you and Mr. Baldwin, do you talk on the phone also?
Yes.
And you also text?
A couple times.
Do you recall making the statement on October 31st, 2021 that Alec called me and I'm trying to make sure I keep my facts straight?
Yes.
So let's break this down for a second. Seth Kenny provides the dummy rounds to Sarah Zachary in the first place. Sarah then throws away information that could be valuable to the investigation as soon as police arrive on set. Then police don't find the source of the ammunition. Then Sarah provides Seth with a code to the prop truck safe that police are going to search in a week. Then when the police get the warrant to search the prop truck, Seth is already there when they show up. They search it, and they don't find anything. Then 1 month later, Sarah communicates with investigators and gets full immunity, even though she literally admitted to committing a crime. Also in that period, Seth Kenny is communicating closely with investigators that are looking into this whole crime. Then they search Seth Kenny's PDQ headquarters. He's also there when they do that, and they don't find any live ammunition in his business. The prosecution failed to answer the number one most important question that literally everybody wanted to know, and that is, how did a live round get on this Hollywood set? Yes, we know this tragedy could have been prevented if Hannah just did her job. And even if she failed, if David Halls just did his job, then this also would have been prevented. But just the live round being on the set broke rule number 1 of the industry's safety bulletins. And the reason why I focused so heavily on this mystery surrounding the live bullet is because that is exactly what collapsed Alec Baldwin's trial, allowing him to win. 4 months after Hannah was found guilty, Baldwin's trial began. He was being charged with involuntary manslaughter, the same thing that Hannah was found guilty for. The prosecution argued that the gun assigned to Baldwin when the shooting occurred worked perfectly fine, and that Baldwin failed to do a gun safety check with the inexperienced armor before pulling the trigger in a reckless disregard for Miss Hutchins' safety. However, it's clear that they had a weak case, because any logical person at this point understands that Alec Baldwin cannot be found guilty for this crime. Everyone else before him failed at their safety duty obligations before that gun got in his hand. Alec was an actor focusing on acting, and that was his only job and responsibility.
They never solved the question of the lethal bullet. They destroyed the gun, and all they were left with is Alec Baldwin and the movie they intend to put on. But because they never solved the lethal bullet, they eliminated the prop gun. There will not be one witness, not one shred of evidence in this trial, that Alec knew or should have known the gun was loaded with a live round. So they can't prove. They can't prove their high-profile homicide kit.
Baldwin's lawyer predicted the state's behavior to a T. However, he didn't realize how low they would actually stoop. You see, as the state was failing to prove that Alec Baldwin is somehow liable for this woman's death, a miracle happened. A good Samaritan turned ammunition over to the sheriff's department that matched the bullets that killed Helena Hutchins. The good Samaritan who magically found these matching bullets was a former Arizona police officer, Troy Teskey, who is a longtime friend of Hannah Reed's father, and also someone who had allegedly been on 20
Interesting.
phone calls with Seth Kenney after the shooting. And it turns out the prosecution was in possession of this evidence for months, but they never submitted it. The court was entirely confused and shocked, so prosecutor Carrie Morrissey called herself to the stand to explain what happened, which was extremely unusual.
Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot-on match for the live rounds found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, you and your ammunition better get out of here, because it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for.
If you didn't know, you're not allowed to just find evidence or bring up evidence and use it in the middle of a trial. All the evidence against the defendant has to be submitted on an agreed date so that the defense has time to look it over and prepare to defend themselves.
And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your
What?
question.
And if you're wondering what this information has anything to do with Alec Baldwin's trial,
I am not wondering. No, I think it has everything to do with it.
You gave me into an emotion.
The same things as
I must
everyone
now
else in
send
this
it to my
courtroom.
associate,
The prosecution was
Apothecary
preaching to the
Zaman.
court.
If you were to carry this to her, she can offer you something from our stores of alchemical goods. She is in the Pools of Vision, a cave beneath the shamans of Thunder Bluff. The path to this cave is well hidden, but you may find it on the Spirit Rise Bluff. Do hurry. This emulsion will maintain its potency for only a short time, and must be resealed and processed before then.
Not bad, adventurer. Those Gevra hold a lot of strength in their legs. A sharp kick from them can knock even a Tauren on its haunches. It looks like you have some strength in you too. Are you ready for a real challenge? Now it's time to go after something that really bites. The Prowlers of the Barrens are a tough breed. Tough, resourceful, sly, and deadly. You'll find them among the tall grasses. You'll find many to the southwest of the crossroads. Be wary as you hunt them, adventurer, or you may find yourself no longer the predator, but instead the prey.
You found a fissure in the earth with gases bubbling from it. Strange. This may be an answer to our questions, but we cannot yet be sure. But it is a clue, and I am grateful that you found it. Like the one you found at the Forgotten Pools, there may be fissures at the other oases in the Barrens. If so, then perhaps the fissures are the oases' source of life. We must test this. Here, take these seeds. They are dead and infertile, but take them to the stagnant oasis to the southeast. If there is a fissure there, then place the seeds within it and observe.
Implicate Alec Baldwin in any way, shape, or form. If anything, it implicates Seth Kenney the most, but he isn't the one on trial.
Truth of this matter is, you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue. I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Do you deny that under oath?
Without having more information, I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to me.
I
You called him
invite
an
you.
arrogant prick to another witness.
To who? To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall.
Do you deny that?
Without knowing what you're talking about, all I can tell you is that I can't respond if I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
Well
I
done,
never
adventurer.
said to witnesses
The
that I
centaur
would
are
teach him a
low,
lesson.
brutish creatures,
Absolutely
but a
not.
few have the
judge
wit and vision
condemned
to
the
lead,
prosecution
and
for
those
their
are the most
sloppy and
dangerous.
potentially
Barak
corrupt-
was such a centaur, it is good that he is dead. The centaur Verog the Dervish wanders the barrens and will be difficult to find, but he is based at the centaur command tent at the stagnant oasis to the southeast. It may be possible to draw him to you. Travel to the stagnant oasis to the southeast and attack centaur near the command tent. It will be dangerous, but if you can kill enough centaur, then they should raise an alarm, and Virog will come. Bring me his head, and I will place it with Barak Kodobanes.
Called out Morrissey directly, saying that she was, quote, aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to the defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching, and Alec Baldwin's lawyer motioned to dismiss the case.
Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice. Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted. Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you, Ron.
We are in recess.
Baldwin cannot be tried again on this charge. He is innocent. At the end of the day, if the armorer had done her job properly, this would not have happened. If David Halls, the assistant director, had done his job, this tragedy would not have happened. However, with the prosecution so fixated on having their legacy moment and putting an A-list actor in jail, they could have actually solved the most important question as to
Who
how
killed
a
the
live
girl?
round got on set. Now, you and I strongly believe it was one person that we're not going to say. But without this key question being answered and that person or people being brought to justice, it's only a matter of time before this tragic accident could happen again.
Back to the Philip DeFranco Show, you daily dive into the news.
Oh,
We've got
yeah.
so
Hey, cool. Yeah. Let's do the Philip DeFranco. Thank you, CC TV, for the excellent content for my stream, and I'd like to sub to your channel. Oh, I'm gonna run this live. There we go. And there we go.
much that we have to talk about today. But first, I'm very excited to announce our brand new surprise beautiful bastard drop and sale. We've got something for everyone. With fall starting next week, we just launched our brand new core long sleeves, helping you transition into hoodie season while still being light enough for you to layer and not sweat your ass off. Right, because they're made from the same cotton spandex blend y'all have loved, and they're available in 3 different packs: black on black, bone and navy, and olive.
And an
plum,
ad right
all
off
at
the bat,
45%
huh?
off right now. Then also, of course, at the core of everything beautiful bastard, we have the idea behind wear your feelings. And since it was brought to my attention by my team that literally today is my 18th year on YouTube, we wanted to release some new, but
18th
also some
year.
OG throwbacks. So for you Bamfs out there, after 18 years, we're finally launching Bamf gear. You got tees, crops, and hoodies, and we're also unlocking.
Here's the 18 years.
Villains design, that's available in new colorways. Also, because y'all haven't stopped asking for it, we have the Honestly I'm Fucking Killing It.
See, if Philip DeFranco can do this, I can do what I'm doing for 18 years. I see no reason why not. Humanity has cock-blocked me in every other fucking way possible. But not this one. I don't think they can stop me on this one. I don't think so.
And hoodie and our brand new, barely alive.
Because it's my work, my house, my stream, my shit. You know what I'm saying? They'd have to kill me.
Two-tone hoodies, all of which is available right now over at beautifulbastard.com with discounts left and right while supplies last.
My say, my way.
With all that said, we got a lot of news to talk
I
about.
did it all my way.
Let's jump into it.
Like Mickey Blue Eyes.
And of course, first up today, we have to talk about the second apparent assassination attempt on Donald Trump in just over 2
Yeah,
months.
what the fuck happened, man? Like, apparently everybody hates Trump, huh? Like, more than me. I would never shoot Trump. Not voluntarily, no.
As you may have seen, according to law enforcement officials, the incident took place at Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach, about 4 miles away from Mar-a-Lago. And reportedly at around 1:30 p.m. between the 5th and 7th holes, a Secret Service agent who was securing the course ahead of Trump saw a man with a rifle and scope in the tree line and opened fire. With the Palm Beach County...
There's something pretty sardonic about that, right? Ruthless Souls HC. Let's give it a whirl. Killing is our business. The business is good. Keep your HP above 0. There is 40 people online. Okay. During prime time. What are those? If they start talking about Trump right off the bat, I'll leave like I did the last one.
300 to 500 yards away, but remained uninjured and was quickly rushed to a holding room. And reportedly, after the initial encounter, the gunman fled in a black Nissan, leaving behind an AK-47 style rifle with the serial number partly scratched off, 2 bags, and a camera mounted to a fence. Though he was quickly arrested around 40 miles from the golf course after a witness saw him fleeing in that black Nissan. And with all this, just this morning,
40 miles?
Revealed that the gunman had actually been hiding in the woods around the vicinity of the golf course for nearly 12 hours before a Secret Service agent spotted it. Right in that, according to data from his cell phone. Though the complaint also didn't make any mention of whether he fired his weapon, which has also remained unclear.
Cool, it's
so
a couple
far.
of trolls.
Reporting officials haven't publicly released a motive, we do know some details about him. Right, we know that he was a 58-year-old former roofing contractor from Greensboro, North Carolina. And according to reports, public records show that he previously faced criminal charges for 2 separate incidents in 2002 for possession of a weapon of mass destruction. With the court docket filing showing that he pled guilty to the first charge in April of that year, although there were no other details widely available to the public. Then, that December, he reportedly faced separate charges after he barricaded himself in a United Roofing building in Greensboro for 3 hours while armed with a machine gun. The authorities there saying that incident started after he was pulled over for a traffic stop and he was ultimately arrested without incident. Though also with that, it's currently unclear how those charges against him were resolved. Beyond that, it's also been reported that he was intensely fixated on Russia's war with Ukraine, sometimes expressing violent rhetoric regarding the conflict, with, for example, the New York Times specifically pointing to posts that he shared on X in the weeks after the invasion, with that including one where he expressed a desire to fight and die in Ukraine. Also, very notably, he was actually interviewed by the Times back in 2023 for an article about Americans volunteering to help the war effort in Ukraine. And during that interview, which took place when he was in Washington, he told the outlet that he traveled to Ukraine after Russia's invasion and wanted to recruit Afghan soldiers to fight.
He went to Ukraine.
He spoke with a self-assured...
Oh no, this guy was an establishment tool, like fucking, oh god, what's his name? Mark David Chapman. Oh no. He's one of these. Oh no, I'll have to deep dive this and I don't want to, guys. I believe they construct whatever... I believe that they construct whatever narrative they want to construct. Isn't that kind of what he would say? Isn't that what Trump would say? I believe they construct whatever narrative they want to construct.
seasoned diplomat who thought his plans to support Ukraine's war effort were sure to succeed, but also adding he appeared to have little patience for anyone who got in his way. And writing, when an American foreign fighter seemed to talk down to him in a Facebook message he shared with the New York Times, the gunman said he needs to be shot. And in addition to that, the Washington Post also reported that the gunman apparently wrote a 291-page book last year about the disillusionment surrounding Ukraine. With that, according to an Amazon listing that was selling it for $2.99. And very significantly, the Post also found a section of the book that focused on Iran where he wrote he must take part of the blame for electing a brainless president, with that being an apparent reference to Trump, and then declaring to readers, "You are free to assassinate Trump as well as me for that error in judgment and the dismantling of the deal." So all of that could offer some insight into a potential motive for this maniac. Also online, part of the reason you're seeing people saying, oh, he was a Trump supporter, oh no, he was a Democrat. Well, that is because, as Axios explained, in addition to that line in the book that he wrote in 2023, before X suspended his account on Sunday, he had posted online statements that indicated he was a Trump supporter in 2016, but then noting he turned against the former president by 2020. Also in 2020, he shared several posts expressing support for former Representative Tulsi Gabbard, with him then more recently expressing support for a ticket involving Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley. Now, with all that said, as far as how Donald Trump himself has responded, friends and aides have said that he was shocked about the attempt on his life, but that he was cracking jokes about it later in the day. With Trump also thanking local law enforcement and the Secret Service for keeping him safe, saying they had done an absolutely outstanding job. But Trump also tried to blame Biden and Harris for this latest attempt in an interview with Fox News Digital this morning, with him saying that Biden and Harris's rhetoric is what is causing him to be shot at, claiming that the gunman acted on highly...
You really think it's Biden and Harris's rhetoric? What rhetoric? Like the Trump's evil? I mean, he was convicted of 34 felonies. He cheats on his wife. He burned 3 people alive in Trump Tower. Or was it 2? I forget. It was something like that. Those things happen. These things happen. Like, I don't think that's rhetoric. That's just what's in the news.
Of a busy port like Ratchet, I keep my finger on the pulse of information. I know all about the exchange of goods.
The rhetoric
and money
that the Democrats get into is that Donald Trump must be stopped. That's the rhetoric. That's it.
Northeast of the Sludge Fen. One of the miners,
that and the lies. The lies and that he must be stopped. This other rhetoric, there's no other, like the rhetoric of like the Civil War is coming. That's all from the right wing.
With Trump also insisting that he doesn't use highly inflammatory language, which unfortunately, of course, is a complete lie.
What?
He has repeatedly used violent rhetoric and threats against his political opponents, a mere language used by dictators. He has downplayed violence against Democrats, and literally in this same Fox News interview, he said that Democrats, quote, want to destroy our country, and calling them the enemy from within and the real threat. And this as Biden, Harris, and Walz unequivocally condemned the violence. With Harris saying in a statement that she was deeply disturbed by the possible assassination attempt of Trump, and continuing, we all must do our part to ensure that this incident does not lead to more violence. Reiterating.
No, trust me, they don't want it like this. They don't want to lose to a bullet. It'll turn them into a martyr and it'll wipe out the Democratic Party. They don't want to win. They don't want to win like this.
A small enough crate. Yes, I should be able to find room for this aboard the ship. It sails with the next tide. I trust this is soon enough. Excellent. Let me just enter it into my ledger. All taken care of. Good day to you, adventurer.
That she is thankful that former President Trump is safe. A sentiment that was also echoed by Walz and Biden, who also told reporters this morning that the Secret Service needs more help and that Congress needs to respond. Also,
Yeah, fiery is this thing that the rogues get.
On the note of political violence, another notable response that we saw came from Elon Musk, with Musk responding to a user who had questioned why the gunman wanted to kill Trump and writing, and no one is even trying to assassinate Biden/Kamala. With that post, unsurprisingly, getting a ton of backlash, many accusing Musk of inciting violence, with all that prompting him to delete the post, but not before it got nearly 40 million impressions. He then also later repeatedly attempted to walk it back as a joke in later posts. But with all that said, as far as what happens from here, I mean, just this morning, the DOJ charged the gunman with one count of possessing a firearm as a convicted felon and another of possessing a firearm with an obliterated serial number. But all of this is the investigations remain ongoing, and officials have told reporters that the charges might just be preliminary and more could be brought in the coming weeks. So as of recording, it's pretty much everything we know, though of course keep in mind this is a developing situation and one that I'll keep an eye on. And not only about the gunman, but also the response from the Secret Service and local law enforcement officials, especially given the fact that the suspect had been lurking near the golf course for almost 12 hours before he was spotted, which seems to suggest that both failed to detect him in their perimeter sweeps. But for now, we'll have to wait to see what comes out, and of course, in the meantime, I'd love to hear from you. And then, we gotta talk about how JD Vance and company are just doubling down on these racist lies about Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. And this in part because he's still doing it after a wild few days in Springfield that a lot of people say is kind of his fault, right? And as you probably know, if you've been keeping up with this all goes back to earlier this month, right? Because that is when Vance posted on X that he had been seeing reports of people in Springfield having their pets abducted and eaten by, quote, people who shouldn't be in this country. And then with that, it wasn't long before that lie was being spread by right-wing influencers, Republican lawmakers, and even Donald Trump himself during last week's debate. But also, of course, with that, and I need to stress this, there is no proof of any of it.
Did I
Ohio
get
police
all
and
of
other
it?
officials have again and again said they've received no credible reports of Haitian immigrants harming pets. And the so-called evidence that's been presented to the contrary, it's been extensively and exhaustively.
Oh, I have 25
For
minutes
example,
to go
the
to
woman behind
Thunder
an early
Bluff.
Facebook post that spread this claim, she's now
Son
come
of a
out and said
bitch.
she had no firsthand knowledge of any pets actually being stolen or eaten. And then there was actually a woman accused of killing and eating a cat, but she was a U.S. citizen living in a completely different city in Ohio. And then finally, this viral photo of a man walking down the street holding two geese, that was also from another city in Ohio, and the guy was just taking roadkill off the street. And actually,
Yep.
on top of all that, we now have evidence that a
Venezuelans in Colorado. It's all right-wing lies. It's right-wings wagging the dog.
neo-Nazi group helped fuel the rumors to begin with. There being a group called Blood
Yep.
Tribe, and they started sharing it on Gab and Telegram back in August.
Yep,
And in
they
fact,
do
when
this
Trump
shit.
went off the rails and he brought it up in the debate.
They spin people all the time. It's a reality, definitely. The Venezuelans in Colorado thing. My friend lives like 5 blocks from that apartment complex, and I grew up in that area. I know better. I just know better. Trust me. Colorado, it has problems, but you can't get away with anything. You can't get away with taking over an apartment complex in Denver, Colorado. That won't happen. That's not happening. Trust me. I would love if you could, but no, that's not happening. That's not a city where you can do something like that yet. I think you could do that in maybe a Baltimore and like say a Philly, Chi-Town maybe. But Denver, no, not yet. It's still not that bad yet. It's still got quite a decency to her. She's a fairly clean virgin city. She's got some graffiti and stuff now, but it wasn't like that, that until recently, This one is Shen's empty keg. Oh, I'm supposed to get that, am I? Oh, oops, okay. Can I just sap him and take it? Will he aggro? Yeah, he'll aggro. So just aggro. And take the keg. Right on. Oh, I need that raptor.
They were celebrating it, with one writing on Gab, "The president is talking about it now. This is what real power looks like." But despite the lies,
oh my God,
the first
fucking
domino
idiot.
has fallen, and there's seemingly no stopping. And so now you have Haitians in Springfield fearing for their safety, as they've already been on the receiving end of threats and harassment. And the threats, they've just been getting bigger and bigger. Right, last Thursday, City
Probably
Hall was
Denver,
forced to
too.
close because of the bomb
Yeah.
threat. And last Friday, 2 elementary schools were evacuated for the same reason. Also that same day, a video surfaced showing the right-wing extremist group known as the Proud Boys marching through town. And finally, here on Saturday, you had 2 local hospitals being forced into lockdown
Fucking
due to
Proud
bomb
Boys.
threats. And with all this, you had the mayor of Springfield referring to some of the threats as a hateful response to immigration in our town. But then with that, Vance went on CNN yesterday and he rejected the idea that his lies had anything to do with it.
The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to, create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American
You have to create stories to get us to fucking like to basically tear each other like racially apart. That's what you have to do you?
Then that's what I'm gonna do.
So you just said that you're creating a story.
Public policy.
Sorry,
You just created a story to drum up racial hatred between fellow Americans. You worthless piece of right-wing shit.
That you're creating the story.
Suck a dick.
Is that Dana?
You just said that this is a story. That
This is a story you made up
so
to essentially stir up a race war. I mean, isn't that kind of what this is about a little bit? You seem to really dislike, Colorado Venezuelans, and where was all the rest of this, right? Like all these other like things, people eating geese, right?
We are Dana, it comes from first-hand accounts from my constituents.
Yeah, first-hand accounts. You got rid of the
raptors. Thank you, adventurer.
Yeah,
You're an adventurer of worth.
I get to
You may
go
have killed
train.
the
I get to go
raptors,
train.
But
Yay.
the silver they stole must be recovered. I have reports that the raptors have a large grouping of nests south of Ratchet, known as the Raptor Grounds. It is likely that they brought our stolen silver
Level
there.
16.
Go to this raptor
Okay, I'm
haven
back
and
up
search
to
for the
almost to
stolen
like where I was with
silver. When you
Polly
find it,
again.
return
It's
it to
good. I'm
me.
finally caught up again. It took me a couple of days, but I'm going to keep doing this till I win. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm going back into Final Fantasy Hardcore too, but it's going to take a whole bunch of juggling of these nuts in your motherfucking... I'm sorry, it's going to take a bunch of juggling of all the items that I own, which is so fucking annoying. I can't even tell you. It's so annoying. See me do it right now? It's so annoying just dumping all these items all the time with in this archaic ass dinosaur game. You can only move 8 items at a time. It's like this special form of goddamn torture. The eight item system from the PlayStation 2 era, Back then we had limitations to how many items you could send and stuff. Yeah. God damn it. So I'm going to I'm going to erase my 2 Bank Alta characters. I wasted the first one. I don't know how I got that goblin kill, because I still don't remember running south. I really don't. I don't remember going far south. It was kind of weird. So we're going to try again, and so now I have to juggle all of my other Bank Alt stuff onto this alt, and I'm not sure she can fit all of it even. She'll have to fit the yellow jars. I didn't even think about that. She'll have to fit the yellow jars. Oh, yes, somebody buffed me. Thank you. Oh, I am taking the Wind Rider to Orgrimmar so I can go train.
My Wind Riders are trained to fly quickly through the hot Baron's air.
Oh, I have this stupid-ass Torn Bluff quest with a timer on it. And I suppose I can maybe make this in time. 20 minutes? Yeah, I think I can probably run this in 20 minutes, right? I don't know. Alright, we'll do the run. I don't know how safe it is either.
Illegal migrants coming into Springfield thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Her policies did that, but yes, we created the actual focus that allowed the American media to talk about this story and the suffering caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
Now with that clip, whether you see that as that was an accidental mask-off situation, he admitted to creating the situation and story, or you buy his explanation about creating the focus of the issue. That's a you decision. I'm not going to tell you what to think. But I do need to be clear that what he is saying just isn't true. And it's not just the nonsense about eating pets. Right? For one, estimates of the number of Haitians who have arrived in Springfield over the past few years range from 12,000 to 20,000. And second, a huge thing here is that the majority of them are here legally thanks to something called temporary protected status, which is something that they got because if they were back in Haiti, they'd have to deal with the constant threat of gang violence and the absolutely horrific conditions there. And with all this, I think
we love our Haitian refugees. Fuck Fuck any right-wing racist piece of shit who says otherwise. Making up lies in the press, trying to spin, wag the dog. I'm sorry, but we love our Haitian refugees. Okay? I know that you don't like that white's not a majority anymore. And that you have these weird beliefs about other races. And you got this weird stuff going on in your weird right-wing head. But we don't need these lies.
It's important to hear the response.
Trying to
from
drum up
Ohio
some
Governor
goddamn race war. Nope. Nope.
DeWine, who, to be clear, is a Republican. And in this interview, he actually reiterated that he is supporting Trump as the Republican candidate for president, but also we saw this interaction.
Do you see any evidence as governor of the state that Haitian immigrants are eating pets?
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
That's what the mayor said. That's what the chief of police has said. These people are here legally. They're here legally, and they want to work, and they are, in fact, working. And when you talk to the employers, what the employers tell you is, we don't know what we would do without them. They are working, and they are working very hard, and they're fitting in with our native people from Springfield.
Right, so you have a huge chunk of the Republican Party trying to other and villainize these Haitian migrants who are here legally. You have the Republican governor who's actually seeing what's happening on the ground, saying, there's so many lies being said about these people who are actually fantastic. They're an integral part. Of course, like everything, it's not a black and white situation. DeWine also acknowledged that there were challenges.
No, they just want a race war. They want power
people,
again.
12 to
money.
20,000 more. That's not easy to adjust to, just like
They like the bank crisis and all the problems.
that, no matter where you're from. But having an actual discussion about policy is very different from spreading hate-fueled lies and historically racist tropes. But then, in international news, with as much of a clown show as our presidential debate was last week, it is also important to remember that it could have always been worse. We got a great example of that last night thanks to a mayoral debate for Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's the largest city in the Western Hemisphere with 12 million residents going to the polls to choose their mayor early next month. And the race there has been getting heated. They're seeing, among other things, third-place contender Pablo Marçal, an Instagram influencer and self-help guru, going after Jose Luis de Tena, who's a news anchor who's polling at only 6%, seemingly in an effort to push him out of the race. And his line of attack was to dig up allegations made to police by a female reporter in 2019. But they're saying that de Tena frequently made sexually suggestive comments about her. Though the reporter later retracted those allegations, and de Tena now says that they put his family under significant emotional duress. And so with that, he demanded that Pablo take back his comments about the incident. But instead, he just shot back that he has all bark and no bite, saying, "You once came over to me during a debate to give me a slap, but you're not even man enough to do that." And de Tena, he did not like that at all, so he, I'm not making this up, as you'll see in a second, he picked up a metal chair and tried to win the debate that way.
What? Oh! What?
Neither of the guys was in the studio.
Oh! Wait, this was where?
For obvious reasons, and Pablo because he was in the back of an ambulance complaining of painful breathing. It then reported that he suffered a fractured rib and a dislocated finger from the assault. He also then went on to compare his chair attack to the assassination attempts on Donald Trump.
Oh my God.
He said to reporters that the sexual harassment
the chair attempt
especially painful because he believes they caused his mother-in-law's stroke and eventual death. And him saying with this, "Unfortunately, I lost my head. I could have simply left the debate, gone home, which would have been much better. But just as I cry, a human reaction, this was a human reaction that I couldn't contain." So yeah, that was a thing. But then, getting into credit card debt, it is so easy. But getting out, the system's set up so that we don't. Most of us have found ourselves or are currently struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, medical bills that could unfortunately go on. And that can be overwhelming, but there are options out there.
Ooh, Battleships to 5.
On your debt, but feeling more like
yeah. I've been wanting that for like 10 years. Amara Battleship to 5 and all that. It's fun to get all these big ones done. So what else am I doing now, huh? I'm doing heavy drone operation to 5. Heavy drones, huh? Okay. Seems okay with me. Yeah, decore mining and stuff seems alright. Seems good. Works for me. Get out of that sound, though. Ugh. Terrible sound. Okay, so we are here to pick up a fuck ton of mechs. Good. Keep it coming. Yep. Good. Yep. Take a big chunk of it. Okay, take me home, country roads. Yeah. Gotta go through Uedama, which is a little bit scary, I won't lie. Won't lie. That's alright, we go with Gucci. She's a fleet fox. She's a great little ship. She's starting to get dirty with all this transport I've done. All the space dust and everything. I can see the layers of dirt on her now. Because she's done like
Autopilot engaged.
250 jumps today or something. So she's been all throughout the universe and
Warping to Stargate.
God, I love this stupid
drive
game.
active.
I never liked this game that much until I embraced the roleplay of it. That I'm like in this universe. I mean, it's easy when you understand the map. But yeah, I'm like going. I'm literally Jean-Luc Picard, and I'm in Torier, right here. And I could do the whole movie thing of zooming in, like, you know, okay, prepare today, gentlemen. We're moving Mexalanor from Torier to Cheetah, and it's a long journey. It's about 14 jumps, and we are currently south, and we will be going west, we're staying in high sec today, but we do have to go through the choke point, and the choke point is Uedama. You see it? In Uedama, there is a bunch of heartless people who rob people all day long, and they literally make them, they literally give them Twitch channels. Literally, I have a Twitch channel that I come to occasionally that monitors this fucking system so I can see it live. See it? And I can see who's in Uedama right now. Yeah, see, Uedama, see, there's a nasty fuck ton of bits in Uedama and stuff. Sivala and Gisis and Abezon share a gate, and the Sivala gate in Uedama is fairly busy. See it? There's the overviews and stuff. And so, yep. And so, and I love the RP of this. And so I have to run through essentially a high sec pipeline with a choke point called Uedama. And now, wait, I don't want you to autopilot since I'm here.
Disabled. Warping to Stargate.
No, stop. I want you to jump. Yep, but I want you to micro warp drive.
Active.
And then cancel it. Yep. I jump to Tara. And then, since I'm playing the game, I will do fast jumps since I'm playing the game. But normally I would just auto do all this. And so, yeah, so we'll have to go through Uedama, which is the system in question, while I haul about, well, I mean, I'm hauling about 500 million worth of ISK between the ship and the cargo. It's like 500 million. Now, I'm in the Millennium Falcon. I'm in the fastest hauler in the game. And I've got to get through Uedama, which is here. If I were to look at particular statistics, I would look at geography and statistics having to do with the ships destroyed in the last hour. In Uedama, we see 0. So there is no current camp in Uedama, and I shouldn't expect to see anything there. But I could be the first guy, right? I could be the first guy to die in the last hour. So, you know, so never make your assumptions with pipelines and stuff. Assume that the house burglars are outside in the bushes as you're going through the door, which is what Uedama is. It's like a door. You have to go through it to get east-west. So if you have to go through the door to get home, assume that there's guys in the bushes waiting to jack you, and act accordingly. And I'm doing so by fast jumping right here. I've got 6 jumps. There's Uedama, 6 jumps to go. And that's the one that I'm likely to see things, but it could happen in any of them. Run the micro warp drive. I'm in an Akator. This is called an Akator. And, well, this doesn't really matter. I'm going to turn on the autopilot now. For a good, I'm going to turn on the autopilot for a good 15 minutes until I reach Uedama or something.
You're not alone. And the sponsor of today's show, PDS Deck.
Go back to WoW, but
PDS Deck
yeah.
strives to understand your specific scenario and can help.
Oh yeah, I've got this
alternative
timed
solutions.
quest, but I realized that there's a better way to do the timed quest, which is to go get the flight point and then restart it over. I might be able to actually make it in 9 minutes. I don't know. Maybe I should give it an old college try, because it's not that far. That's not that far with like sprints and stuff. But I do need the Wind Rider. No, it's much faster. to just fly back to Barrens, or sorry, fly back to Crossroads, drop the quest.
Where can I send you today, adventurer?
I want you to reset or whatever. No, I want you to abandon. We're gonna go pick that one back up, and then I'll just fly back exactly to where I was, like in 60 seconds, and do the same run but without the failure. You know.
To becoming debt free, and everyone with over $10,000 or more in eligible debt.
Just retake the
qualifies.
quest.
There's no minimum credit score required. When you go to pdsdebt.com/DeFranco, they'll give you a free debt analysis. It only takes 30 seconds. So stop waiting and start saving, and get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/DeFranco. Because nobody likes the stress of mounting debt and the pressure that comes with that. Surviving is not living. So regain control of your life and live for you, not your debt. And then in generally what the fuck news, we need to talk about how a Colorado teenager trying to find a spot to take a homecoming picture ended up getting shot in the face. Right, with this news actually starting last Tuesday at around 3:30 in the afternoon. Because that is when, according to local law enforcement, a 17-year-old picked up his friend from Dakota Ridge High School in Littleton, Colorado. And after driving
Oh no, Dakota Ridge.
for a while, they came across a house with a lake and a dock that they thought looked pretty nice. So they decided, hey, let's go ask the homeowner, hey, can we come back here and take homecoming pictures? But to do that, they hopped a fence, walked up the driveway to
Nope,
the house,
that's in this day and age, that is trespassing and or burglary.
then knocked on the door. And then when there wasn't an answer, they walked around the property a bit trying to locate a homeowner. Until finally, they can't find anyone, so they go back to the car and they grab
Stupid ass kids, like they're like, that would be perfect, it'd be
a
perfect.
piece of paper with a figuring, let's leave a note. But what they didn't know is that the homeowner was a guy by the name of Brent Metz, who owned the place along with his girlfriend. And Metz, he's 38 years old. He's actually a town councilman for a place called Mountain View, a small town of about 550 people near Denver. While he and his girlfriend weren't home at the time, they saw the two teenagers thanks to a surveillance system. So the girlfriend called 911 to report the boys as trespassers, but Metz, he ended up getting there first. Right, while the boys were writing the note, he reportedly pulled up behind them in his pickup truck and blocked them in, with them then getting out, walking
Oh my god, he just shot him in the face.
toward the front of the car, pulling a gun from his holster and firing a round through the windshield, hitting the driver in the face, according to police. Now, notably, I should say that may not have been his intention. Metz reportedly said, oh shit, my gun went off after he fired. And then when the other boy ran around the driver's side to apply pressure to his friend's gunshot wound, Metz actually tried to help. Though the teen reportedly pushed him away, asking why he had shot his friend. Now, with all that, the one that got shot, he's reportedly okay, suffering serious injuries, but surviving, and he was released from the
He got shot in the face and he survived? He survived! Now, you gave him 4 felonies, but I mean, isn't it make my day? If those people are on his property, he can freely shoot them, can he not?
He is also at home, but he has also been charged with
Colorado's make my day, which means that, like, you know, if you go on someone's property, expect to get fucking shot. These are ranchers. They're not, as much as I'd love to say that all of Colorado is Denver, it's not. Some of them are ranchers, and we have the same laws as the ranchers do. We're not any different from the ranchers. And Colorado's make my day, and I don't really believe in this man getting 4 felonies. If he caught these people intruding on his lawn, I don't approve of him shooting them without finding out who they are or what they want. But I mean, it still make my day if he felt under threat, or his property was under threat, or that they were intruding or acting furtive or sneaky. Maybe we don't know if they were there to steal or not, do we?
leave jail by promising to return for future
reckless endangerment.
court appearances. He does face decades in prison.
Decades in prison for defending his home. This gives the right wings their fucking... This gives the right wing their fucking, like, their Red Bull. This is Red Bull to the right wing. Every time somebody's fucking... You know, this just gives them wings, and they rear their ugly teeth, and they're like, this guy was defending his property, blah blah blah.
And if convicted,
it's weird as a Colorado, I mean, gun owner, like as a Colorado gun owner, I you know, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a make my day state. I was surprised they were able to stick him.
Never really know. The laws vary from state to state, as we've seen with past situations. These cases really can go a lot of different ways depending on where they happen. But while we wait to see what happens in actual court, I'll pass the question off to the...
These are Americans. Like, maybe they're there to rob you and rape your wife. Maybe. But these are Americans. You need to find out who they are first. This is America. We love our fellow Americans. We find out who they are first before we pull a trigger. Please. These are Americans. What are the chances of them being some foreign person trying to kill you or something? It's really fucking low. The chances of them, maybe they're there to kidnap you and rape you. Maybe it's Clockwork Orange. It happens. Stargate. We have a lot of rights protecting your ability to defend yourself, you know, which I do not suffer Americans to have. I think that it's a good thing, but I struggle with it, man. I struggle with you just pulling the trigger before finding out who the fuck they are first. They're fellow Americans. That's like shooting your fucking neighbor. It pretty much is, motherfucker. I don't care if they live across the city from you. That's like shooting your fucking neighbor. You don't shoot fellow Americans trigger first. You know what I'm saying? You go question first, then trigger. Question first, then trigger. Piece of shit.
What are your thoughts here?
But I mean, if somebody were to come on my land, I don't know. I don't know. I gotta say, I don't know. I don't think my stepdad knows. I don't know. I think my stepdad would probably shoot first before he asked the question, honestly. It's weird, you know? It's weird. When you live in the rural area, they have no business being on your fucking land anyways.
I hate Taylor Swift. Also, Swifties know, and do not come after me, you can stop typing, hit backspace. Those are not my words. Rather, it is a quote from former President Donald Trump, who
Oh my God. He said, I hate Taylor Swift. Oh, you really want to drum it up, huh?
Social yesterday. With this.
Well, there goes all of your Swiftie voters. There goes all of
seeming to be his reaction to Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris. And, you know, obviously you have a lot of people cracking jokes about all this, but you also have some arguing that Trump's words, they're not just funny and unhinged, they could actually have serious consequences. Or with the likes of Teen Vogue's editor-in-chief saying that his words will only embolden his most threatening and hateful supporters against her, a key reason why she didn't want to speak out in the first place. Or with others noting that all of this is happening after her concert in Vienna was canceled over a planned terrorist attack and 3 people were killed.
Planned terrorist attack.
Dance class in the UK. Or so there's a lot of talk about there already being a heightened concern about people targeting
Oh yeah, I remember now.
I must now send it to my associate, Apothecary Zaman. If you were to carry this to her, she can offer you something from our stores of alchemical goods. She is in the pools of vision.
That took place on January 6th at the U.S. Capitol. Trump tweeting something like this is literally dangerous for the remaining Eras tours in the United States.
But also with this whole situation, you have others saying this is really just a smokescreen. It's a distraction. With Pete Buttigieg, for example, looping in several of these weird stories and tweeting cats, dogs, geese, Laura Loomer. Look, now he's attacking Taylor. Like the last season before a show gets canceled for getting over the top and at the same time boring. This election is about jobs, wages, climate, healthcare, abortion. Not his show, your life. And that's not to say that both of the points that people have been making here can't be right at the same time, but I think it is interesting to consider. But then, in entertainment news, is YouTube beating Netflix in the streaming wars? Right, that's a question Variety asked in a recent report because it noted that while people have often tried to compare the likes of Netflix to Disney Plus and Hulu and Apple and so on, YouTube is actually its major competitor. Because, you know, if you look at the straight viewing time, YouTube beats Netflix both in streaming time on TVs and smartphones. And even though YouTube is a very different platform, those are the eyeballs Netflix should really be after. With Variety even saying that the subscription streaming wars is transitioning into the engagement wars, especially since apps like TikTok also pose a threat to Netflix in terms of watch time. And if you've watched this show before, you know this isn't a new topic, but it is the evolution of it. I mean, just looking back to last year in 2023, YouTube was the top streaming platform, with reports then noting that watch time on Mr. Beast videos actually rivals the watch times of some Netflix shows. Also, over the summer, you had consumers kind of ranking YouTube platforms above Netflix, or like when a survey asked what entertainment services were must-haves, Spotify took the #1 spot, but the rest of the top 5 went to YouTube services like Premium, TV, and so on, with it even bumping Netflix from the top 5. And now it seems all but confirmed that Netflix sees YouTube as its competitor, because this weekend, we got reports that they're trying to snag one of the biggest series from the platform. Hot Ones. So apparently Netflix doesn't want the Hot Ones as we know it. Instead, they want live editions of Hot Ones, which I will say, actually a great idea. It's like a super low stakes but entertaining version of like what's gonna happen live content. Where instead of seeing if that guy that's trying to tightrope across the Grand Canyon, if he's gonna fall to his death, if someone's gonna be the next DJ Khaled. Though honestly, I don't know if anyone will ever do as poorly as DJ Khaled did on Hot Ones. But reportedly, if this deal does come to fruition, Sean Evans would host these live versions exclusively for Netflix. And while I'm extremely biased because I am a Sean Evans fan, I think this would be very cool to see. Then, in quick creator news, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and KSI are collabing. And they're doing so in a way that's going to affect a lot of kids' health, because they are bringing their Feastables and Prime Hydration brands together to launch Lunchly, which is a Lunchables competitor. And reportedly, there will be a few different kinds of Lunchlys, all of which come with a Prime Hydration drink and a Feastables candy bar. Right, one is a pizza style, another is nachos, and the last is turkey and cracker stack'ems. And based on the Lunchly website, it seems like they're trying to position the brand as a healthier option than Lunchables, right? Comparing the nutrition information and saying Lunchly products have fewer calories and sugars and have more electrolytes. With Logan Paul even telling The Hollywood Reporter that the grab-and-go lunch market is, quote, been dominated by Lunchables since we were kids ourselves, and it's time to provide a better option for those looking for a convenient, healthier choice. So this, of course, as many have pointed out, that Prime has been criticized in the past for potential health concerns or people arguing that kids shouldn't drink it. Though notably, that's at least about the energy version, with the brand also facing its fair share of legal troubles. But that said, I do not doubt that these will be incredibly successful. Given their previous successes in the marketplace and their different categories, I think the big box stores are very open to this. And given scandal or no scandal, a Mr. Beast video getting more viewership than like a Super Bowl commercial, it feels like they'd really have to drop the ball for this to fail. But hey, you also never know how the market's gonna react, so we'll see. And then, so Election Day is in 50 days, an amount of time that feels both very far away and very soon. But the election is actually already officially started. Because while last week, Alabama started sending out the nation's first absentee ballots, a number of other states have followed suit, including with those key battleground states. With, for example, municipalities in Wisconsin, they need to start sending out mail-in ballots by Thursday. Carson City, Nevada is also set to send absentee and mail-in ballots this week for residents who will be out of state on election day, with other counties in the state expected to do the same in the coming days. Meanwhile, counties in Pennsylvania are mandated to start processing applications for mail-in ballots today, though those won't go out until the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decides a handful of outstanding cases. Because federal law requires all states to send military ballots by this Saturday, Georgia and North Carolina are set to send those out by tomorrow and Friday respectively. While Georgia won't be sending most mail-in ballots until next month, North Carolina officials say that they expect to send other overseas ballots next week. Right? And this is super significant because in addition to officially kicking off the election, experts have predicted that many of these mail-in and absentee ballots will be the ones that decide the election. Hell, even the Republican National Committee chairman told reporters earlier this year that he believes that more than half of all voters will cast their ballots before Election Day, which is especially notable because, as we talked about last week, there are ongoing concerns about widespread problems with the U.S. mail system that could disrupt voting. And this also as Trump and his Republican allies have done a complete 180 on mail-in voting. They famously, in the past, demonized mail-in voting, which usually skews more Democrat, also using it to perpetuate the big lie back in 2020. But now you have the party and its leader embracing the practice, with Trump repeatedly calling on Republicans to vote by mail this year. And this is corrupt. But of course, the main thing is if you haven't already, go to vote.gov or vote.org.
Fucking lies. Keep your lies straight, Trump.
Registered to vote, get registered, because the game is officially on, and there's so many things to vote for at a national and a super local level that will affect you and those you love. That, my friends, is the end of your Monday evening, Tuesday morning dive into the news. As a friendly reminder, remember, grab what you want while you can over at beautifulbastard.com. Get in on that drop. But yeah, otherwise, that's it. Feel free to turn your brain off until, hey, you come back here tomorrow and we
yeah, it was good. Thank you. Excellent content. Thank you for the excellent content from stream. I'll link up to your channel. Debunking Trump's lies, Obama's favorite historian Yuval Harari bust MAGA playbook, and Ari Melber interview. This will crash the video game industry from some ordinary gamers from 1 hour ago. Very pertinent. Thank you. I've liked and subbed to your channel. This will crash the video game industry.
And do you guys like video games?
Thank you, some ordinary gamers.
General question I want to ask you.
Yeah, I love video games. I love video games. Like I love pussy, money, and weed. You know what I'm saying?
On YouTube and just living life. I played plenty of video games, okay? And lately I found myself...
By money, I mean video game money. I give a flying fuck about real life money. I'm talking about money as in, like, gold.
Older video games, but, you know, that's just me playing a video game that I know is going to be like 20, 25 hours long versus committing to something that's probably going to have me do, like, 25 hours of actual gameplay and like 50 hours of open world survival nonsense. But anyways, beyond all of this, one thing that kind of wilds me out is artificial intelligence. Like every other couple months, you probably notice something insane, right? Like it's making better videos, it's making better music. What if I told you apparently there's AI game engines, okay? So one of the things that I saw coming out from the boys over at Google Research Tel Aviv University and Google's DeepMind. Apparently, there is a diffusion model that is used to make real-time video game engines, ladies and gentlemen. So I decided, whoa, I kind of want to see what this stuff looks like. I kind of want to see, what is a video game engine in this regard. Now, this is called Game Engine. Okay, there we go. You got the play on words there, right? These are real-time recordings of people playing the game Doom, simulated entirely by a neural model. So I was like, all right, let's go check this shit out here. Then I got about 1 minute and 23 seconds of footage. You don't really need to watch much of it, other than if you're watching this footage, you can see things like barrels and objects weirded out. You can see things like fireballs flying at you, but you might be like, whoa, where's the enemy in this case? Well, the actual, diffusion model here, the actual, AI, is generating them literally 2 feet away from you, okay? Now, by far, I've seen Doom played on plenty of expensive systems, plenty of cheap systems, but this by far is the most goofiest of them. The amount of computational power required to play Doom in an AI-generated engine is insane.
Really?
But of course, you can see that, yeah, for the most part, it looks like Doom.
Wow.
There's like weird dot and artifacts that are happening, but this is like generated game footage. So you'd be like, whoa, what the fuck is an AI-generated engine? Well, apparently it enables real-time interaction with a complex environment over long trajectories at high quality. So Game Engine can interactively simulate the classic Doom at over 20 frames per second on a single TPU, okay? So again, they've optimized it, blah yada yada. But yeah, there it is. Next frame prediction achieves a PSNR of 29.4, comparable to lossy JPEG compressions. Human raters are only slightly better than random chance at distinguishing short clips of the game from clips of the simulation. So effectively what has happened over here is they have collected so much, visual information from Doom, like visual information from actual play, that now they're able to generate like gameplay clips and I guess interactive gameplay with Doom. So one of the gameplay videos right over here, you see them drive around. You can see like the barrels are like kind of like, they've got these like weird artifacts. So if you look quickly, it'll like start to smear. Like right there, it's smearing on you. But yeah, it's generating what it believes to be Doom clips right here. So as it's shooting the barrel, it blows up after like 5 or 6 shots. You can see like corpses are shifting around. Doors are kind of like everything over here looks like it's being properly like generated. Like items are disappearing in and out of frame. It is again a stable diffusion model putting together what it believes to be gameplay of Doom. So again, as they open the door...
Oh my god, so they can just generate gameplay of somebody like kicking Ninja's ass or something and then claiming that it happened? And like just publishing it, being like, here's gameplay of me slaughtering Ninja repeatedly, right? And this is where my mind goes immediately, is just cheaters begin to tell the world that they killed Ninja 50 billion times, so they should buy their fucking cheat engine or something. Oh god. Yeah, the nefarious use of this is actually insane.
Space Marine jumps in. Now you might be like, okay, Muda, what is
mounted on the back
what is
of
the
a
chief
Wind Rider,
difference
one
between
sees that
playing
its
a game
reputation for
through
strength
an
and speed
AI-generating
is well
game
earned.
engine, or just, I don't know, purchasing it and playing this first exact level, which, by the way, layout-wise is so far the exact same. Well, there really isn't any benefit to it. Now, Doom is effectively like a game engine's like Hello World ported to basically any device. For anybody that like wanted to know just how wild Doom porting is, this is literally Doom running on the display of an actual pregnancy test. Okay?
Yeah, a pregnancy test or like a fridge. I've seen this a lot. They can make Doom run on so many different things because it's a game that just runs. It just runs. It has no bugs or problems. It's just runs. It'll run on fucking refrigerators. It doesn't matter.
Find out
like
if,
Tetris. Tetris is like that too. There is such a thing as perfect games that technically really don't have any problems, I would say. I would say Doom has a problem in the respect that there's not endless levels. That's the only problem. And the levels are very hand picked and drawn and designed, and all the items have been hand placed. But overall, if you were to get like a generator that just generated levels for you, you could play Doom 1 or probably Doom 2 frankly, for a really long time, you know, just endlessly. Oh, is this not it? Oh, yeah, this is it, but you have to go all the way down underneath. Yep. Now, to be careful I don't fly off this motherfucker. I shouldn't have sprinted here.
Filthy scum leaves me for his damn crusade because the light is the most important thing we have against the threats the undead pose. Well, what about his children? What about me? Night after night I sat patiently waiting for him, always second to his blasted duty. Well, witness what justice brings you, adventurer. He's dead, and I'm bearing the very thing he was trying to stop. Take this piece of junk and put it on his tomb at the sepulchre. I want nothing to do with it anymore, or him. The Royal Apothecary Society, based in the great undercity of Lordaeron, has sent me here for a very specific service, adventurer. Perhaps you wish to aid me, and in turn, the Dark Lady in our efforts to advance the Forsaken. Recently, I studied a rare specimen of flora named Serpent Bloom. I believe in greater quantities this herb has great potential. Unfortunately, Serpent Bloom can only be found in the darkest recesses of the Wailing Caverns. Ah, the spores from the barrens that Helbrim was gathering. He garnered your aid in delivering them. Good. And the emulsion is still potent, so you must have wasted no time in the delivery. Well done, adventurer.
Perhaps you know the pain of uncertainty. Perhaps not, adventurer. But know this, I stand here every day from the sun's rising till its decline, scouring the horizon for more of those monsters. I've killed every pigman I've come across since, but my thirst for their blood is far from quenched. Perhaps instead of heading north to the crossroads, I should have headed to Toronto. You, adventurer, you could help me. Kill them. Kill as many as you can. Bring me their tusks and we will celebrate their deaths together. We battled in a small Tauren camp when we were separated. She held 3 of the bristlebacks off by herself, but the odds began to overwhelm us. I led some away only to see her overwhelmed by newcomers. In my rage, I turned to face my enemies, but they brought me down easily with their vast numbers. I awoke to a Tauren druid tending my wounds. He had come across me on the Gold Road as I fell. Please, adventurer, find some sign of my wife.
Play the first level of Doom within this pregnancy test. So this is the exact same location we just saw. This is not AI generated. This is just the actual game running underneath a pregnancy test. And again, this is a feat of engineering to basically run a game in like the smallest, the lowest processing way that you can. Now, when I say it's the most computationally expensive version of Doom, I'm not joking. Compared to the pregnancy test, which obviously isn't even comparable to the fact that this runs on a single TPU. Now, this already doesn't really give the best description. I mean, this is a pretty wide margin, so I decided to look into their actual paper. And of course, inside their paper, they actually do describe the kind of system that they're using. So what they've said over here is their hardware configuration, which is a TPU V5, a single step and an evaluation of an encoder takes 10 milliseconds. If they ran their model with a single denoiser, the minimum total latency possible in our setup would be like 20 frames per second, or sorry, 20 ms per frame or 50 frames a second. So again, to go over just how much this TPU5 costs, a quick comparison of it will be something around a I guess you could say the best comparison to the TPU V5 would be like the NVIDIA H100, and based on this one actual source from Barron's where they were talking with Meta, they actually said somewhere around here that a GPU, the H100, costs around $25,000 per GPU. So not only is it incredibly
$25,000,
but it's incredibly expensive compared to the pregnancy test that you could pick up from a fucking Rite Aid. Now, if you want to look at a way to play Doom in a very expensive fashion, this is Doom 2 running through path
looks good.
path tracing in this case underneath my actual like gaming computer. Now, this is pretty expensive to play. Obviously, I'm kind of putting my graphics card through a little bit of the ringer over here, but if you were going to spend a lot of money to play Doom in what some would consider to be the best way possible, this might be it. Like, this is a real night and day looking remaster version of Doom, all done entirely through path tracing and
looks
a
fun.
lot of community effort. But compared to the schizophrenic version of Doom where shit just pops in through AI's like guesswork, I would personally consider this version. And this is where I think a serious question needed to be asked. Now, this is where, again, I have to ask the question. Has anybody sat down and wondered, what is the point? So,
nicely
said
done.
Over here
I'm
in
sure
this,
you've struck fear into the surviving centaurs, adventurer. If they have sense, they'll now calm themselves and stop their advances.
The same level of Doom,
but I don't think they will, and that is unfortunate. Unfortunate for them.
South Sea freebooters. Okay.
Really? And the gaming industry is up for a revolution. Can be taken as a ChatGPT moment of the gaming industry. If this scales up well to other games, even gaming engines and game dev software may become obsolete. Okay, so, alright, now, to give you an idea about it, ladies and gentlemen, this article is from, like, December 2024. And to show you the massive advancements that have gone on before we actually go into it, you can see a discussion of, like, actual, like, Doom lovers from Doom World talking about this. Yeah, this is dog shit on multiple levels. Just Google doing shitty Google things. While it's somewhat interesting in a what would happen if we tried sense, it irks me how much this paper props it up more than it is. I also question whether the human raiders were also slightly better than random chance at distinguishing short clips of the game from clips of the simulation. Have ever even played Doom or any video game, really? Which is a true point, by the way, right? Like, as somebody that, I'm not going to say that I'm the most, like, Doom-heavy player in the world. I play Doom. I play some of the old WODs, even some of the WODs that are a little controversial. I've played Doom on my channel. I know Doom. And I can very much say that a good majority of the people watching it probably also played Doom. So I'm wondering, who you brought that could identify, that had a hard time identifying actual footage versus your AI. Because if you brought somebody like my dad, for instance, he probably wouldn't know. He'd be like, what the fuck is Doom? I don't even know the actual gameplay versus simulation. I just figured out what Doom is. So yeah, I really want to see what human beings they brought along for it. But the reason why, I talked about the date of this is that this isn't exactly even the focus. See, a couple days ago, I saw something called Game Gen O. Now, this channel has like
it's not the focus?
subscribers, and 2 days ago they uploaded Open World Video Game Generation. Now, I'm not joking with you. This is a little bit insane, okay? So, to show you guys some of the footage over here, you can see that they are generating open worlds that you can apparently interact with, and the actual science behind this is a little bit disgusting, okay?
Thank you.
So this is Game Gen O, the first diffusion transformer model tailored for the generation of open world video games. The last thing I wanted in my open world game was some care and attention. I'm glad that AI is here to take every single aspect of human intervention completely away.
Yeah.
So what do they do here? So if you look inside their overview, they went to the internet, as many AI engineers do, and they downloaded a shit ton of game recordings, okay? Meaning that what had happened over here was somebody who wanted to go up and see, long play Cyberpunk 2077. And they find somebody who uploaded this 22-hour, 27-minute long video that contains the game. In fact, they probably downloaded like all of these possible. There's just so many actual videos. And with all this training data, and this isn't just the only game, they also downloaded games like Red Dead Redemption 2, games like, Assassin's Creed. In fact, they'll even tell you 32,000 videos from 132 next-gen open-world games. So then, they filter out the non-playable content, so things like cutscenes, things that, aren't gameplay, And then they've got 1 million video clips containing a certain scene, right? And as they, filter out clips based on view changes, movement direction, semantic quantification.
Yeah, I kind of wondered if it would be very long before we don't need the developers anymore. And if you want something in the world, you just ask the AI to do it.
Aesthetic quantification, then they are now able to generate actual, gameplay videos. So yeah, if you thought that they were actually going out of their way to get this AI to generate new worlds based on something, sentient, no, it's not. It's just regurgitated stuff based on the most popular next-gen games like Grand Theft Auto 5. Next-gen,
Assassin's Creed, Cyberpunk,
various Assassin's Creed games, The Witcher 3, and Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah, because why copy games that didn't sell?
How great the generations are from this engine, okay? So while it might be hard to watch some of these videos, Geralt of Rivia. Yeah, I wonder how much of The Witcher they use. Now, if you look at some of these videos, they're only like 2 seconds long. And I think a lot of that has to do with how much continuity this AI can have. Like, if they showed you 20 seconds of this footage, it might actually devolve into completely unrecognizable footage. And it's much like any other AI we see, like these Luma AIs, where they only show you like these 4 or 5 second extensions, because that's really the limitation of how much their AI is going to generate before it goes completely insane. Of course, you can see Arthur Morgan. Yeah, I wonder how much Red Dead training footage they used to build it. I mean, it's at a point where you can actually fucking identify the trees from the actual gameplay straight up. The clouds, everything. Like, it is literally just regurgitating the footage. Eivor from Assassin's Creed Valhalla, this is most definitely...
So they're just going to start rolling like 15 or 20 like copies of any modern game. And they're like, here's this game that just came out for, but it's only $5.
Just like my hero, Marvin Rivetseeker. You've never heard of him? Well,
Shut up, you. Now, why do you say I have to do something here? You say Chen's empty keg, but I don't remember what I'm supposed to do. It's... Oh, is it in there? Oh, no, there it is.
Well, this was one of Chen Stormstout's kegs. He traveled with Rexar a long time ago. I haven't seen or heard about him in a Kodo's age. I appreciate you bringing this to me, adventurer.
Would you like a taste of Chen's namesake? Oh, the Storm Stout is a mighty brew. Chen taught the recipe to my mentor, and my mentor passed it on to me.
Am I full?
I'll need you to get me a few things, but I can tell you this. The kick is worth it.
Bring me 5 Savannah Lion tusks from any Savannah Lion, 5 Plain Strider kidneys from any Plain Strider, and 1 Thunder Lizard horn from any species of Thunder Lizard. That should do the trick nicely. You can find these ingredients throughout the Barrens.
The raptors of the Barrens are smarter than raptors in other lands. And I think all that smarts is hiding in their horns. If so, then I could grind their horns into powder and use it to make smart drinks. I could sell them for a fortune. And you can help me. Find me intact raptor horns from Sunscale Scytheclaws. They roam in the southern Barrens and in the northern Barrens near the border of Ashenvale Forest. Spider egg omelets are a new fad in Booty Bay. The problem is, Booty Bay's got no eggs. I smell an opportunity. In Windshear Crag and Sisher Canyon, in the Stone Talon Mountains to the northwest, lives the deep moss spider. Bring me its eggs and I'll pay a bundle. In Windshear Crag, the eggs will be clustered under what trees remain. In Seashear Canyon, well, if you have a weak stomach, then maybe you should just collect the eggs at Windshear Crag. I sure wish Vice Admiral Greslick did a better job of keeping the seas safe for our trading vessels. With all the gold the trade princes have poured into the trade fleets, it ticks me off to see so many pirates running willy-nilly, raiding my ships and stealing my goods. I heard that the South Sea freebooters have set up a camp just south of here. They've been a real thorn in my side, and if Greslick won't take care of them, well, maybe you can help me get rid of them.
That even the people who were like building this, it did not go past. They didn't even go to like London.
The venture company set up a small research facility far to the north of here. southwest
so of
the
Jin
sludge
Sakai
fen.
from like Ghost of
I don't know very
Tsushima,
much about what
and
they're
what's
doing,
wild
but did
is the
manage to
security
discover
guard.
that they're experimenting
Like, they
with
don't even
something
have
called a
shadows rendering
samoflange.
underneath it. It's just a security guard walking through this AI slop generated like room. My favorite one is RoboCop. That's not even like a
I
RoboCop.
obtained a copy of their
It
control
literally
system
is just like a robot with a robot shit stuck up its ass, walking through some generic cyberpunk
The
slop.
venture company stole many of the best goblin minds, but from time to time we get the opportunity to steal some back. A while ago, the venture company outfit in the Stonetalon Mountains hired Garenzo Wrenchwhistle, a gnome. Their other engineer, Ziz Physics, was so taken aback by this, he pleaded with me to find him new employment with the Tinkers Union. I set him on a few tasks, but he might need help. Maybe you could look in on him for me. He's stationed at the western edge of Windshear Crag. Oops! Had a little mishap, as you can see. The morning cargo shipment from Booty Bay was huge. Huge, I say. Never seen so many crates. Well, I was trying to expedite things, so I started unloading a bit more than I could handle. That's when everything came tumbling down. Before I knew what was going on, I saw that menace, Mad Maglish, go running off with a bottle of 99-year-old port. Chased him all the way to Wailing Caverns. No way I was going in there. Maybe you're brave enough to find him? Spider egg omelets are a new fad in Booty Bay. The problem is, Booty Bay's got no eggs. I smell an opportunity. In Windshear Crag and Sisher Canyon, in the Stone Talon Mountains to the northwest, lives the deep moss spider. Bring me its eggs and I'll pay a bundle. In Windshear Crag, the eggs will be clustered under what trees remain. In Seashear Canyon, well, if you have a weak stomach, then maybe you should just collect the eggs at Windshear Crag.
Well, I'm glad I bought all these goddamn yellow jars. I'll tell you that. I'm doing spring cleaning, fall cleaning. My Final Fantasy 11 characters so I can start hardcore again. And if I die with the second character, I'll get locked out. But at least it gives me something to do. I'll get locked out for fucking... I think they said it was like 3 weeks or 6 weeks or something. It's like 6 real-life weeks before you can erase a character. Or, I'm sorry, you can erase a character, but you can't... Or no, you can't erase a character for a while, actually. It's kind of insane. So, yeah. And these earthen flower pots, I don't need them. I'm inclined to vendor them, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. The flower pots. They take up space that I need, and I'm not actively gardening. So I believe I will vendor these. Well, I don't know. She's not full yet at all. So let's just keep going and see how it goes. Dumping out the other character is going to take hours. Fucking hours. Because I'm playing 3 games. Now, are you not... Oh, you're not autopilot for some reason? Doc, motherfucker. What the fuck's your problem?
Warp drive active.
You're just sitting here in a Nakator. What's your problem? Go, go. Wait, no, in my hold is 300 mil of trit? Oh, it is. It's 300 mil with like mix and trit. Nice. Yeah, I have some billions of ore lying around that I didn't really think about. So this, I have to empty out her and delete her, but that's fine. Okay, she's going to... You know, the flower pots also help me as well. So I'm going to go to layout. And I'm going to de-equip these flower pots. And I'm going to take them out because I'm not using them. Yeah. You're like full. Yeah, you're full. So, ooh, but she has lots of fire crystals. Yeah, but those... Oh my gosh, she's got lots of ingots too. These flower pots, I want all of them out so I can store stuff in here. Like, my storage has been off the hook a fucking problem for so long, and I need to kind of address it today. Hey, I made it to Jita. So, okay, there's Mex. And Mex and Trit. Was it really 300 mil worth? Yeah, I guess it was. It's nice, yeah. So there we go, and now we go right the fuck back. Yep, and we'll say, I guess it's, yeah, it's just wherever Trit is. Like that place, yeah, set for that place, and take me out.
Warp drive active.
Space Holland.
Autopilot engaged.
Now, of course, when they're talking about action generation, which is what I'm really interested in and what I wanted to really talk about, because, you know, for a lot of people that sit there and say, but Muda, this is just the beginning of something. You know, when I talk about regurgitation with artificial intelligence, again, these are very clever, like, you know, AI models that just regurgitate the information fed into them. So, taking the games we have already made, seeing, like, you know, recuts of them underneath these engines is one thing that literally is only impressive to people who never actually video game. Just like tech bros and people that are like futurologists that don't really understand or care about the actual, you know, meat behind some of these very popular video games. So for instance, this driving shot is insane. I'll take you, I'll let you guys have a guess on what the training data for the driving was, okay? If your answer is Cyberpunk 2077, congratulations. Now, obviously, it's generating what it believes to be driving from a video game. So, you know, we're at a point where streetlights are being generated without any fucking logic whatsoever. You know, occasionally you might notice some, like, line demarcations on the road. And traffic, they're probably recording the PS4 version of Cyberpunk because it's dead as hell. Anyways, though, speaking of it, ladies and gentlemen, this is effectively what the regurgitation of this AI is. Oh, sailing? Boy, I wonder. There's like an Assassin's Creed game. Something about a flag. It's a certain color. Yeah, it almost feels very distinctly similar to it. Oh, a carriage. Whoa. You know, honest to God,
approaching Stargate.
If it wasn't for the fact that the carriages don't actually move and the wheels are all fucked up, I would think that this is just straight up footage that they have shared from Red Dead Redemption 2. I wonder what Rockstar would think about a game engine that effectively just recreates gameplay clips from one of its most popular titles. Now, this is where the AI is tasked to do something a little cool, and it's, again, just slop. So, open domain generation, Cybermonk roaming in Chinatown. Now, I understand the whole Cybermonk principle here, but this is your version of Chinatown. Clearly, you probably share too much Destiny 2 footage, and you're trying to think this is Chinatown, when it clearly is not. I love this one. Traveler with a cloak walking on Mars. So I assume Mars is the reason why it's red. I have no idea what's up with the crazy planet in front of it. But yeah, this is, again, the AI just generating what it thinks is Mars. Based on, you know, 36,000 videos that have been grabbed and regurgitated into this, like, diffusion model. But yeah, what they talk about with operation signals here is, like, moving left. You basically, like, you can see the camera moving around a little bit. And again, these clips are only 2 seconds long because I imagine it's going to look terrible, you know, if it goes on longer than it really needs to, because what it's generating isn't going to make any sense. In some cases, even now, it doesn't make much sense. I love this one too. Like, you can pretty much identify Grand Theft Auto 5 based on the footage
South
it's
Sea Canyon attempts to run
generating.
away in fear.
Now, what's really weird about it too is like this is designed by tech bros to make something look really cool. Because at the end of the day, nothing in this engine is like generated like in real time. Like you can't like actually move the character around with like a controller. You just basically get to generate videos like you already do. Now, honestly, on a good faith basis, like if you really wanted to make AI somewhat usable in video games, it might make sense to save developers and like artists some time to basically say, hey, generate me like this city or this city block or like this building. And then an artist can go in and fine-tune things because they can basically avoid a lot of the work of doing the grunt and generating like a building as it is. You know, if it already generates you like a texture or like a Blender project or something of that nature, then you can modify it around and like save yourself some time, depending on how good these kind of AIs can really be. Like, imagine if waiting for GTA 7 wouldn't be that big of a deal because Rockstar could generate some of these cities using artificial intelligence, and the artist could jump in and basically fine-tune things, saving them some time, saving them some crunch. In that way, I think this might be cool. It'd be awesome if this kind of technology was used not to generate videos, but to generate things like maybe assets, or allow developers and publishers to have more time to focus on the gameplay aspects of a title, or to focus on things like the quest lines. If you're making open world games, right, you want to make like open world quests more fun. You want to have more time to dedicate to things that you really want people to see, versus sitting around and painstakingly creating like insane 4K or even 8K assets, or working on crazy city blocks when you could save or scrunch down some of that work. That you're constantly repetitively doing. It'd be awesome if AI helped with cutting down the repetitive tasks so that people would be crunched less, these games would be made faster, and probably would cost a lot, less to produce. But that's not where these AI tech pros want to go. They just want to make stupid AI engine swaps that they can then sell to like Google or OpenAI or some of these big companies. They can just amass them into their projects. Now, it'd be one thing if this was more for developers to cut down on that time, but it doesn't even seem like that's what it is. It's just literally there to regurgitate already existing games and generate gameplay clips from them with, at least some level of interactability. But again, given that they're only showing like 2-3 second clips, I just wonder how the AI will handle things like continuity going forward. It just, at the moment, and going into the near future, and even the future, seems like just an insanely expensive way to shard out whatever gameplay footage you might need that resembles one of the big AAA games that exist. It's not as if this is cutting down on the resource. It'd be one thing if this was building, Vice City as a asset that you could then ingest into another game engine. Then we could say we got GTA 6 before GTA 6, but here we've got some AI interpretation of what GTA 6 could look like, just built off of gameplay footage that it probably got from GTA 5, which, if that's what AI tech bros are looking for, then yeah, I guess you got what you wanted for. Yay, I guess. This is the problem with like the gaming industry and a lot of these like AI guys coming into it, because there doesn't really seem to be any good answer to any of this. A lot of these Doom engines are being created with AI, I guess, like Google is doing, or in this case, GameGen-O, and nobody has ever just sat down and asked the question in their field and wondered, what is the actual logical reasoning of doing this? What is the actual real application of developing this software in the way that it is, and how is it actually going to help gaming out there? It's not like these people are creating software or AIs that are generating open worlds, right? People were saying like, man, we're going to get GTA 6 before GTA 6 actually drops. No, you're going to get videos of what AI considers GTA 6 to be. And sure, this might get really good at creating regurgitated versions of like open worlds based off the design of whatever it feeds it, but it's never really going to be at a point where it's going to generate you like an open world or like a game that you can actually play and really get into. And that's one of the things with like this, if this is supposed to be the most popular thing about open world, and this is where, gaming industries and like publishers, like I could imagine some like middle managing like some production MBA at like these big game companies looking at software like this and thinking, whoa, open worlds that we can generate for a quarter of the price, and they're like 10 times bigger than what we're able to do? Hell yeah, slop that shit in and let's go down that road. Well, it's gonna make gaming even like just more of a chore than it is. Like, a lot of these open world games are already chores, but looking at something that has even more of that human element removed, even though that's some of the most open world games out there kind of feel like they have some AI ML level like generation to its quest design, this is insane. But yeah, I wanted to share it with you because yes, apparently we have AI generating game engines. And you know, in a world where you can play Crysis on a cell phone at this point, I'm not joking with you, this is literally Crysis running on a cell phone, an Android device. It's running at 25 frames per second, okay, 13 frames. It is Crysis 2 after all, a PC version that is being emulated underneath Android. The fact that we're at this stage, but we're still spending resources generating the most expensive, you know, faculty, shows me how out of touch these AI tech bros are, especially when it comes to one of the best fields of entertainment that I hold near and dear to me, which is video gaming. And I'm sure a lot of people feel that way, but yeah, I wanted to share it with you because, goddamn, we've got AI Doom before GTA 6, and that's saying something. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good video. Thank you for the excellent content from the stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. Pyrocynical TV.
Today's video begins with an FBI.
I called this cult leader out. Now he's arrested. Okay.
Wanted poster for.
Okay, I guess I'll watch this.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh yeah, I did start to do the Zodiac Killer case thing. Oh yeah, we learned about the right-wing influencers secretly paid by Russia.
Warp drive active.
On Quebeloy. Now this individual
Thank you
right here,
some more to
ladies
give
and
myself
gentlemen,
like
born in
sub to your
the
channel.
Philippines, weighing 100